Еще не включено. Или уже включено? Раз. А, вот.
Is it working? Is it working? Yeah, it seems to be working just fine, dear friends. I ask you kindly to enter the room. It is 10 o'clock in the morning. It's time we got started and opened our 16th International Conference.
Ну, пора. Вот я всех собираю.
It's time. It's high time. I'm trying to bring in everyone.
Пока мы собираемся, я напомню.
And while we are gathering, let me remind you briefly that, in fact, this is the third conference to be held in Russia. So it so happened that out of 16 conferences, we traveled most often to Eastern Europe. We also held conferences in all three of the Caucasus republics. In the Baltic states, we had a conference in Riga, Yurmala in 2018. In 2019, we went to Vilnius. Then we had two online conferences, and last year we organized a hybrid conference in Moscow. Finally, we can meet offline, but many people will still be connecting online to the conference, and almost in every session today, we are going to have a remote speaker, which is good and bad at the same time. It's bad because yesterday evening, we already had a meeting of the regional group, a meeting with the registrars. There was a meeting on universal acceptance of IDNs, and the evening reception that we organized at the Freehat Hotel terrace demonstrated that people really missed the opportunity to network and socialize. Now, let's go back to business. Our agenda is quite intensive, and at first, I suggest that we take a look at the screen. We will be rolling a video dedicated to our last conference. Let's take a look at the screen. There is no sound coming to the translator, so this movie cannot be interpreted, unfortunately.
Ну, собственно, вот и время увидеться в 2023 году.
Well, it is 2023. It's been less than a year since our last conference. On the 30th of September last year, we met at the business space in Moscow. It was a wonderful conference too. Actually, yes, many of the speakers who spoke last time will be presenting this time again, but this is one of our traditions. Still, we are going to have many new faces as well. We were supposed to welcome Natalia Karmazina, who spent the whole day with us yesterday from the municipal administration of Petrozavodsk, but today she's attending a meeting with the head of the Karelian Republic. But in any case, she sent her regards to the conference and she wished us every success in our endeavors. She is grateful that our conference decided to meet here in this wonderful city of Petrozavodsk. Now I would like to introduce to you MediaWeb, the representative, the partners. Yelena and Ksenia. Yelena is the head of the agency. Ksenia is her deputy. MediaWeb is a well-established business in Karelia. They develop websites, they design websites, and they have been our official regional representative since 2013. Can we have the slides on the screen, please?
Доброе утро. Рады приветствовать вас в нашем городе красивом.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to welcome you in our beautiful city. My name is Yelena, and I'm General Director of MediaWeb.
Мы с 2003 года ведем свою деятельность.
Actually, it's been since 2003 that we have been running our business. We've been developing websites, and since 2013, we are acting as a regional representative of Rule Center in the Republic of Karelia. Ksenia is the head of our support department, and she will walk you through our presentation. Well, this year we're celebrating 20 years, and during that time we implemented more than 3,000 projects. As of today, we are supporting more than 500 websites. Our main service is website development. We mainly build websites on Bitrix and WordPress platforms. We also designed and patented our own website management system. It's called Webion. We develop websites in compliance with the legislation for the government authorities. We also offer internet advertising and promotion services, and recently we've been implementing projects using augmented reality technology. Since 2013, as you have already heard, we are representatives of Rule Center, and that's when we started offering such services as selecting and registration of domains, changing the domain registrar, is reinstating access to the Rule Center user profile. We provide consultations on domain rights transfer and domain sales. Yes, you can contact the registrar directly, but if you are not in the same city where the registrar is located, it's easier to work via a representative. This way you will have to, you will not have to recourse to the services of a notary public, and you can accelerate the whole process. So that was our brief presentation. If you have any questions about domain names or website designs, we will be happy to assist you. Here are our contact details. Thank you very much for your attention, and we wish you a very productive day. Thank you very much, ladies.
Самое главное, что наконец руководство РУ-центра доехало.
Thank you for coming here today. Well, finally, Rule Center top management is finally here in Petrozavodsk. The general director of Rule Center is here. Finally, it's an excellent opportunity for us to discuss business opportunities and partnership. Let's bring my presentation on the screen, please. It will be a very short stack of slides. Since we are organizers of TLD Khan, we use the privilege of speaking here first and giving you an overview of the Russian domain space in 2023. There is some positive dynamics. This year, we exceeded the 5 million domain names in .ru and 700,000 domain names threshold in the .rf. In 2017, we peaked at 5.5 million domain names in .ru 900,000 registrations .ref, well, that threshold was surpassed twice in the past, but since the prices went up a couple of years ago, we slid down to about 600,000 domain names in .ref, but now we're in the positive, we're witnessing a positive trend. And the year is not over yet. Of course, there is a contribution to this number from the phishing domains, but this is a universal trend. According to recent statistics, the number of phishing domains has tripled. .ref is less prone, or it used to be less prone to phishing attacks. In 2020, we called it a safe haven, and in 2023, however, we saw a reversal of this trend. Of course, we'll be collecting statistics and discussing it at the meeting of registrars and the competent authorities who identify the abuse of domain names in autumn, and this is when we'll be looking into the trends in more detail. Small and medium businesses contribute a lot into the positive dynamics. We see that after the pandemic, SMEs started actively developing their websites, and since some of the social media are now banned in Russia, some people believe that the time of the websites is long past, but well, it's not exactly true, and the websites are making a comeback. This is the overall plot. You see the dynamics over a period of several years. In 2016, we peaked. 2017, on the 1st of July 2017, in the middle of the year, the prices went up significantly, and this is why we see this decline in subsequent years. But sooner or later, this increase in registration prices will happen. Again, the costs are growing. MSKIX costs are growing, and the TCI costs are growing, as well as the costs of the coordination center. So today, either during these sessions or offline, we will definitely be discussing the pricing policy. And this is another interesting chart. We plateaued in the number of registrars and .ru.ref. We saw an increase through the development of the secondary market, but this year, we've recorded 133 registrars, but actually we have already lost one registrar, and we're back to 132. And last Friday, we also decided at the Commission's meeting to cancel 2 more registrations because of bad faith actions of the registrar. What are other important trends of the year? Well, first of all, there's sanctions pressure is still here, and it's intensifying. In 2023, the Coordination Center and one of our leading registrars, Rule Center, were included on the Ukraine sanctions list. We conduct no business in Ukraine, and it doesn't affect us directly, but still it's not pleasant, definitely. There's nothing good about it. When we met colleagues from ICANN at the Istanbul conference, we talked about the problems of the registrars and registries, and the banking system is under severe pressure as well. We do not see any way out. They're telling us, please give us your proposals. It's very difficult to propose any solutions because, as soon as we manage to find a reliable bank, we learned that there is possibility that the bank may lose its payment channels, or sometimes the tariffs are so prohibitive for the domain businesses that it makes no economic sense to conduct those operational activities. Well, in any case, we will be talking about that at length during today and tomorrow, but let me go back to our host, Kareli, in 2022, Kareli.rf received an award for the best website. They are attracting tourists to the Republic of Kareli very actively using the internet. And to celebrate 25 years of the domain in 2019, we made a video, Internet for All. And one of the episodes in this internet movie, we showed the Kiji Museum that uses internet to attract tourists. Next year, we'll be celebrating 30 years of .ru, so it will be almost 5 years since the movie was made. The movie collected many different awards at the social cinema festivals, and the movie is still very relevant. It has 10 or 11 episodes or series, and they are still very relevant. Let's take a look at the screen. Let's watch that fragment. The Internet for All.
Музей-заповедник Кижи – это крупнейший в России.
The Kiji Museum is the largest open-air museum in Russia. There are more than 70 monuments of wooden architecture at the museum. Its most iconic landmark is the church that was built without a single nail. When the tourists arrive at the Kiji Pogost, the Kiji enclosure, first thing they ask is, "What do you mean? No nails were used during the construction. Look, there are lots of nails here." Well, still, at the time when the church was built, its structure didn't include a single piece of metal. Another wonder of the Church of Transfiguration is that this wooden monument survived for 300 years. There is a legend saying that the church was built by a crew of carpenters led by Master Nestor. The legend has it that when the church was finished, Master Nestor took a look at it and then threw his axe into the lake, saying that never before there was a church like this one, and then never will be. One of the museum's first internet projects is restoration for the whole world to see. When the large-scale restoration of the Transfiguration Church began, webcams were installed near the church, and to this day, anyone can go to our website and at any time of day or night, from anywhere in the world, they would be able to see what's happening to the church and how it looks like. Approximately 400,000 unique visitors visit the museum's website each year, and many of them click the webcams. The museum has accounts in almost every social media. Everything that takes place on the island is either continuously broadcast online or it gets there on the same day.
Я работаю в музее-заповеднике Кижи, возглавляю службу просветительной.
I work at the Kiji Museum as the head of the Educational Outreach Department. Last year, we had a wonderful idea to revive the traditional process of laundry. We staged an ethnographic performance called The Big Laundry. More than 30 women working at the Kiji Museum mastered the ancient craft of their grandmothers, and we do laundry the old way for the sake of visitors, but also for ourselves at home. We take pictures and film the process and post everything on our internet pages. We want as many women as possible, when they see this on social media, to rediscover laundry the way their grandmothers did it. The internet helps me learn the intricacies of blacksmithing, to connect with other blacksmiths, to share my knowledge, and find new inspiration in blacksmithing. The internet helps you develop fast. The internet also enables access to services that allow us to show VR videos and VR images. This way we can do things that previously the museum couldn't do for purely technical reasons. Before there was internet, a museum could exhibit 10, maybe 20% of its collection just because its rooms didn't allow to exhibit more. And now an object can be kept in a storage facility, but at the same time be accessible to anyone anywhere in the world because it's presented on the internet. It's available virtually. The Kizhi Museum welcomes about 180,000 tourists a year to the Kizhi Island. According to our marketing research, more than half of the people attend our events and activities by finding out about them online. At the moment, the internet is the most effective and perhaps the only means of attracting a young audience to the museum. The future of the museum depends, one way or another, on how successfully we will use the internet today, how active and effective we will be on the internet. Will the island of Kizhi be able to keep up with the times without the internet? Well, indeed, a pertinent question. And I think the answer is quite clear. Of course, internet helps everyone and in many different activities. I ask everyone who is attending us this conference today offline to take their seats in the room and all the speakers to take their seats on the stage. And if you would like to travel to the Museum of Kizhi, you can take a boat leaving right from here, from the Fregat Hotel. And I know that tomorrow there is a group of people who are going to take a tour of the Kizhi Museum. They are planning to take a boat to the island.
Так, поменял микрофоны, но все слышно, да, звук работает, трансляция.
I hope you can still hear me because I'm using now a different microphone. Very well. And our first speaker today during this session, and I can't see Alexei, by the way, but we have more seats available. Anyway, the first speaker at the conference is our good friend, someone who's been coming to our conference many, many times, Chris Mendini, director of the European ICANN office. Good to see you, Chris. I understand that you're in Brussels right now.
Что происходит в ICANN?
So, what's the ICANN news?
Thank you very much. Do you hear me well?
Да, отлично. И видим, и слышим.
Wonderful.
Yes, we can see you and we can hear you loud and clear.
I am delighted to be here, and I have to thank you very much, Andre, and also thank and congratulate the Coordination Center for this amazing conference. It is the biggest and the best in the region, and 16 years of success is a testament to that. I'm delighted to give one or two updates of what's happening at ICANN, but I note among the panel there are many deep experts who are active in the community as technical partners who also often know the details. But I'm happy to give a very brief overview and an update on the first slide that I present, which may be difficult to read. It shows a timeline. And if we could show the timeline, I will just point out that that points to the progress of a program that many of you are very interested in, which is the future expansion of the generic top-level domains. As you know, in recent weeks, we have tipped into implementation phase, which means there is a definitive timeline with an anticipated applicant guidebook to be prepared for early 2025 and applications for the operation of these registries to be accepted in early 2026, though I assure you that both in the community and in the organization, everybody is working as hard as they can to make the timelines as fast as possible. So the work on the applicant guidebook is already underway, as are implementation programs for things like applicant support for organizations that may need support, financial or training to prepare an application to run a registry. And one of the very, very big pushes in this particular round of GTLDs will be in the promotion of internationalized domain names, or IDNs. And already we have started working with public relations, media partners, and others in geographies such as South Africa, Trinidad, United Arab Emirates, to really begin the discussion about promoting IDNs and generic names to help build community and bring more digital inclusivity into the global domain name system. So here's the timeline, and I'll endeavor to get you a link to this because as I said, I think it's not so easy to read here, but also, as I said before, I suspect people very interested are already following much closer and know all of the details as well or better than I do. I want to just turn to my second slide, and this is about the topic of universal acceptance. You heard me mention internationalized domain names, whether they're in Cyrillic or Arabic or Mandarin or Greek or whatever language or alphabet. The big challenge is, of course, getting software developers, operators of browsers, operators of search engines, and so forth, to accept and recognize these names, whether they're longer top-level domains or in diverse scripts. And so one of the big initiatives to promote that is Universal Acceptance Day. And I'm pleased to announce that the 2024 Universal Acceptance Day will be March 24th. But there will be events planned around the world on or about or near that date. And there was a very, very successful one that many of you participated in, hosted in Armenia last year. And I'm looking forward to more progress. I know that this particular group spends a lot of time on essentially communicating to the whole world about the need to be ready for these domains. And I see this work really as a way to honor the very hard work and dedication of more than 300 people who've been working now over 10 years across 44 countries, many tens of thousands of volunteer hours to make these diverse scripts and alphabets work for the next users of the internet around the world. Of course, there are a couple of other items I could touch upon. We will be publishing a set of CEO goals. We have an interim CEO named Sally Costerton for the foreseeable few months. And the board of directors just this weekend approved some goals which will enshrine some of these topics that I've just been discussing. And then finally, ICANN 78 is the 78th public meeting in Hamburg, October 21st. Virtual or in-person participation is available. Interpretation in 7 languages as usual. And I'm hopeful that I'll see many of you there. And finally, I have to thank my colleague Misha Anisimov, who I suspect all of you know. He has any and every detail that you may need if you're interested in becoming more involved or following the programs more closely or putting on any communication program of your own about GTLDs, about universal acceptance, about the work of ICANN. So many of you are already excellent partners to make links across the region, and a large part of this support comes from Misha. So I want to say thank you to him as well. So Andre, I'll turn it back to you. And again, say thank you and congratulations. It's always a pleasure to be part of this excellent event.
Спасибо, Крис. Есть несколько...
Thank you very much, Chris. Yes, we have several questions, if you don't mind. Well, first of all, we'd like to thank ICANN for this initiative, the Universal Acceptance Day. In our region, Yerevan hosted the first Universal Acceptance Day, and we believe that it was a success story. Many students participated, IT students, students of law. As to the regional Universal Acceptance Day next year, we are currently negotiating with Belgrade. As to ICANN, as far as I understand, ICANN is now placing special emphasis on implementation, not just information raising awareness, but the main focus today is on implementation. Is my understanding correct?
Yes, that's absolutely correct. Again, as I mentioned, it's a big challenge to essentially tell the whole world about something that's happening technologically. And so really it has come in phases. The first phase is really simple awareness raising. The second phase, I would say last year, and in Yerevan we saw this very well, was more like training. Training people about universal acceptance. And this year, this next universal acceptance will really feature actual tools, code libraries, tutorials to actually work together on how to enable universal acceptance and accept IDNs in your systems. And again, ICANN and the Universal Acceptance Steering Group, we have a model where we will provide the material. So whatever, if Belgrade is and you are all gathering there to do an event, we will work to provide as much content, coding libraries, experts, speakers, presentations to make it a success. But yes, we're moving into implementation phase, so I'm glad that you asked.
Спасибо большое. Еще один есть вопрос. Буквально сегодня...
Thank you very much. And there is another quick question. This morning, we learned that ICANN started public discussions, or rather, no, not public discussion, but preparing the public discussions for the next 5-year development plan. How can participants from our region participate in this work?
That's another excellent question. And again, a testament to how well up to date and closely involved this community is with the ICANN work. So I'm delighted by the question. Yes, as you know, we operate on a 5-year cycle of strategic plans. And in fact, today I'm speaking with colleagues to find out how for European stakeholders, I'm hoping at the Hamburg meeting to have an initial gathering to facilitate some inputs to this plan, but that's just one of the many gatherings that we will facilitate. It's a very inductive process where essentially we ask all of the stakeholders in every category, what is their vision for the future? What risks do they perceive? What do they think the direction of the domain name system should be? And we take in all of that data to co-create a strategy for the organization with the community. So it's brand new. We are just now putting some actual gatherings onto the calendar, and please be assured that all of you will have an opportunity. I'm encouraging all of you, please, to participate and give your ideas.
Спасибо. Ну и финальный...
Thank you very much. And the very final question. It's been a long while since the search for a new director, ICANN director, has been going on. So do you have any news about that?
I know that the board of directors met over the weekend in Istanbul. I know also that this topic was on their agenda, and the next stage in the process was for the board to appoint an executive search firm. What I don't know is what was the outcome of that meeting, but you will all probably have seen the candidate application profile, and there were a series of executive search firms competing to have the tender from the board, and I believe it is awarded or very close to being awarded. And then I expect a communication in the coming days about the timeline. The last indication of a timeline was that a full-time CEO would be appointed in the early part of next year, the first quarter, ideally, but there may be an update coming very shortly. Again, it's a very timely question.
Большое спасибо. Большое спасибо, Крис, за такие ответы. Мне кажется...
Thank you very much, Chris, for your answers. Thank you for being so open with us, and judging by the response from the audience here, everyone is happy with your update. Thank you for staying in touch with us, with our region. And Mikhail Anisimov, Misha Anisimov, indeed invests his time and mind and soul into this work. And during the next couple of days, we're going to have several more speakers from ICANN. So again, thank you for being so responsive to our needs. And now I'd like to pass the microphone to the General Director and General Partner of our conference. Please welcome Alexey Rogdev from TCI, Technical Center Internet.
Да, добрый день, коллеги. Можно запустить презентацию. Прекрасно.
Good morning, colleagues. Let's roll the slides. Well, actually, yesterday, offline, we had a discussion of the new registration system testing. We were running Oracle before, but now we migrated completely away from Oracle, and now we are testing open source software-based registration system. As to the domain registrations, the dynamics is positive, and you can see that we recovered on the previous year and the last, or rather on the last 3 years. This year, the dynamics is definitely positive, which is something that makes us happy. We know that the number of registrations correlates with the health of the national economy. Judging from this plot, the new normal has rooted itself and has become normal. The registration system is developing. We launched the new registration system with new attributes, including a SIA, integrated system of identification and authentication. On the 29th of May, we also launched our DAP module for the .su register. During the closed session yesterday, we talked about the new system of registration and normalizing the registrant contact data for .ru.rf. We have a wonderful service to assess the safety of internet domains and the services that stand behind the domains. TLS and mail web services are included. There are about 80 items on which the checks are run.
И в случае, если настройка домена на этих сервисах
And if the domain services settings are found to be incorrect, the system offers its recommendations as to how the faults can be fixed. The service is also developing constantly. We added a big blog related to the mail services this year, including DMARC data and SPF data checks and status, TLS for status check.
запускаем, стараемся в стат-доме тоже.
The services that we'll launch, we attach statistics to the services at the start-dom, and we know that in .ru, half of the domains carry a mail service,
Это политики, отвечающие за
and DMARC policies are the ones responsible for sending the emails. Well, only 5% of the domains have DMARC policies. And as to the services that are compliant with mail.ru and the Yandex requirements, well, only 2% of mail services are fully compliant. It means that only 2% of, or rather, the emails from these 2% of the services will not be labeled as spam by neither Yandex nor mail.ru. The SPF records seem to be doing better. SPF means that these domains have outgoing email but no incoming email. It means that half of the cases, the mail on these domains exists only as a sending service. Maybe many of the domains are parked, and maybe that's the explanation. We didn't analyze that though. The zones with announced standard support, well, StatDom now has the statistics that I'm sharing on this slide. The trend is also quite strong. StatTLS is a secure connection between different mail servers. Let's put it this way, and between the user of a mail service and the mail service itself. Things look pretty good here. In about 60% of cases, if the mail service is active on the domain, it also has the StatTLS support. We launched a signed documents validation service. What it does, it checks electronic signatures on the documents in accordance with the law, and it covers both qualified and unqualified e-signatures. It is a relevant service today as part of the digital economy and recent government initiatives. E-signature is being implemented quite actively, and our certification center is also developing fast. We now offer a service that checks certificates automatically online, and very soon we will be launching a TCI bot that, just like Let's Encrypt, will issue certificates. This is important because that's part of our strategy. We at the certification center want to be able to fully replace Western infrastructure should the need arise. Let's Encrypt is highly automated, and we are trying to copy the best practice. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, you can ask me now, or you can find me outside of this session. I can see that we have at least one question in the room. Hi, my name is Vadim Mikhailov. I'm from ccTLD.ru. I have a question on your last slide where you talk about the certification center. Have you already talked to Atom and Yandex browsers to make sure that they carry your certificates by default? Well, no, we do not have this agreement yet, and I'll explain why. We do not have a mechanism to support certificates in the browsers. It's not possible neither technically nor legislatively. Atom and Yandex browsers, they only have one root of the national certification center, and they can't add another. Why? Because the browsers themselves do not have a mechanism to support several routes. We expect this support to be included into Chromium. That is the basis for these browsers, and we expect it to appear this year. But as of now, there isn't a single mechanism in Russia, a local mechanism, I mean, that would enable recognition of the root of the national certifying center. There is no recognition management or control mechanism. Right, thank you very much. And let's continue with the partner news. Our next speaker will be also talking online. Please welcome Evgeny Morozov, General Director of MSK IX. Evgeny, we can see you. Hello, colleagues. Can you hear me? Yes. Can we put the presentation on the screen, please? Right, okay. So I'll be telling you when I need to switch the slides. Again, colleagues, thank you very much for welcoming me at the conference and giving me the opportunity to speak remotely. Colleagues from MSKX are here. And if you have any questions, I'm sure you will be able to talk them over with the colleagues on the site. Let me quickly brief you on our current situation and the plans. The need to localize traffic is very high. I mean, domestic localization is becoming more important by the day. And internet exchanges have always been indispensable in the process of optimizing the traffic routes and uninterrupted traffic inside the RUNET. In terms of foreign players, well, some of foreign players have left the Russian market and they stopped exchanging traffic at the Russian sites, but the volume of traffic is still growing. We recorded about 7% year-on-year increase. There was a change and redistribution in traffic. Some of the new players increased their volume of traffic, and some other players left the peering sites. Next slide, please. We are developing our competencies along 4 directions. And in the same fashion, we segment the portfolio of our services. Our first platform is IX. It's your classical traffic exchange platform, the peering services and IX services. The second platform we develop is Media Logistica. These are the services to deliver and process TV channels. Instanet is our third platform. It provides services to set up communication channels from 1 gigabit to 100 gigabit. We can enable these links within up to 3 working days. And our fourth platform is DNS security DNS services on the basis of MSK IX. Next slide, please.
Безусловно, ключевой темой последнего времени является безопасность. Они говорят.
One of the foremost themes recently has been security. People talk about it at conferences. Businessmen talk about it. Technical people talk about it. And MSKX couldn't be left outside of this discussion. We increased the number of DDoS security services for our users. We added 2 additional options. Next slide, please.
Продолжая тему.
So we added enhanced blackholing and flow spec. On the topic of security, can we move one more slide down? Right, that's better.
Продолжая тему безопасности.
On the subject of security,
И определяем для себя 2 вида трафика.
there are 2 types of traffic
Это публичный, общедоступный.
that we differentiate. There is public traffic and there is the service traffic that focuses on a particular group of participants or users, such as financial institutions or e-workflow operators.
Как раз второго вида трафика.
And for this second type of targeted traffic, we now offer specific solutions.
И участникам которых
Clients and users can now exchange their traffic securely within a closed loop or a perimeter. Dedicated channels are used for connections. These connections do not have access to the public internet, and the whole system becomes highly resilient. This technology, this solution, by design, is built in such a way that makes it resilient to outside attacks. Again, it's a very efficient solution for professional communities that have a need to exchange professional traffic. That traffic can be taken out of the public internet. It can be diverged into a closed infrastructure that is based on the IX assets. Next slide. Speaking about the global DNS cloud, here is the news that we have. We reformatted and improved the service that we used to have before. It was known as DNS hosting. Now it is known as Anycast DNS. Next slide, please.
Глобальное DNS-облако.
The global DNS cloud is distributed across virtually all of the continents, and the global DNS cloud is used by the .ru and .su registers and large government agencies and companies and top-level domain administrators. Today we have 22 POPs, and our system is quite a heavy load system. Now to Anycast DNS. This service was improved. The number of nodes was increased. The resilience of every node codes was also strengthened. And we are aiming at 100% SLA. Well, judging by statistics, we are quite capable of achieving that. Next slide, please.
Отдельно нужно сказать про две услуги, которые...
Perhaps I should also mention two more services that target registries, but we are looking at offering this service to registrars as well. Data escrow. It's backup storage of domain registries. The registries are already using it. And maybe there is a question that is worth discussing, especially it's a question that I would like to put to your discussion, actually, whether data escrow is a service that the registrars will demand. We think it's a useful product. It helps you deal with storing personal data in Russia, meeting that government requirement. We offer the service, and at the same time, we are accredited by ICANN. So we would be happy to offer this solution, and we are open to a dialogue with the registrars to discuss the technical solutions and the terms and conditions of this service. Next slide, please.
Безусловно, глобальное DNS-облако.
The global DNS cloud is a large-scale and a complex system that we have been controlling for many years. We see that in recent years, the payload on the system is quite high. And in order to ensure high fault tolerance, in order to get good analytics, we developed our own OSS solution. It's a software product. It was designed as an import substitution initiative. It's a product that was developed by MSKIX in-house. We use import substituted OSS, and we offer DNS solutions for mobile and fixed line operators and DNS providers. Right now, this solution is being tested by large mobile operators. The feedback so far has been positive. The tests are successful. And this is quite in line with the import substitution policy that Alexei mentioned in his talk. And it's an important trend these days. This is the reality in which we live today, and we must make the best of it. That's it from me for today. And if you have any questions, I will be very happy to take them. Oh, thank you for the presentation. .ru.rf domains are based on Coordination Center infrastructure, TCI infrastructure, and MSKIX. So we're dependent on you very much. If you have any questions to Alexei, please ask them now. If not, then let's take these topics to our offline discussions. Maybe we can talk about it. The data escrow, in particular, during the Galadina. Irina is, for the past, 2 years, she's been speaking here not as deputy director of ccTLD, but she is speaking as a CCNSO representative. Yes, hello everyone. I bring you the news from the CCNSO, from the country code support organization. A year ago, I informed you that ICANN bylaws were amended. Now, IDN ccTLD registries could join CCNSO, and the first registry to join was the IDN, the Egypt IDN registry. So everything we did was not in vain. ccNSO is a platform for communication and information experience exchange between ccTLD registries and working groups are established to further the work of ccNSO and universal acceptance. So working group was launched only recently. A lengthy discussion preceded the launch. What will be the role of this working group inside ccNSO? Because it already has lots of different structures, entities, units, organizations that are dedicated to universal acceptance. But we agreed that for ccNSO members, such a working group would be a useful tool. Another area of activity of ccNSO is the DNS Abuse Standing Committee. It was established about a year ago, and the members of this committee have already published two, and the third overview or a report or a survey is coming up. They are surveying ccNSO members on DNS abuse topics. They introduced a repository, a storage to collect documents describing case studies and best practices on DNS abuse. And of course, this year, ccNSO will be celebrating its 20 years anniversary. Why is it not working? Okay, it's working. Good. Well, the main ccNSO function is developing policies with respect to country codes domains. In case of country code domains, these policies are aiming not the registries, but they target ICANN, and they regulate the activities and processes and procedures with respect to country code TLDs. Today, two such country code policies are at the stage of public comments. The first one is known as CCPDP 3 Part 2. It's the review mechanism for IFO decisions. ccNSO has completed its work on this policy. The text is fully prepared. The Council of ccNSO approved the text, and now it's submitted to the ICANN board. And another policy and the other document is the IDN PDP for deselection IDN ccTLD strings. The initial report is drafted. Now it's available for public comments. What's interesting and what I enjoy a lot in the ccNSO procedure very much is that this report is a huge document. It's a 100-page long document. It includes the text of the policy and lots of different supplements and amendments. And one such appendix is called stress testing. This is when you take scenarios, a set of scenarios, and you test the policy against them. We think that the policy should work this way, but in that scenario, is it going to work like we expect it to? I believe that this is a very productive and a correct approach to testing what we ourselves developed. And using this opportunity, let me say a couple of words on the content of these two policies. What are they about? Now, as to the review mechanism, the objective was to offer an inexpensive, a quick and a fair mechanism to review decisions that were taken by the IANA functions operator, now is known as PTI, with respect to ccTLDs. It's expected that either ccTLD administrators or candidates, applicants, will be able to make use of this review mechanism. And as to the list of decisions for review, then the following decisions could potentially be reviewed: the delegation of a new ccTLD, transfers, revocations, and the subject matter of the review is, or the scope of review is, whether IANA followed its own policies correctly and the CCNSO policies too, whether in the decision-making process any deviations were occurring, or all discussions and all decisions were fully compliant with the established procedure. And as to the judges, it is expected that a pool of independent experts would be compiled, industry experts with at least 10 years of experience in applying and developing CCNSO policies, and they are the people to be engaged at ICANN's expense to review decisions. And a couple more words on the top-level IDNs. The general principle is that an IDN domain is also a country code top-level domain, and therefore the same policies apply together with the rules and mechanisms that apply to the regular GTLDs. However, what's special about ccTLDs is how they are selected. They are not two-letter ISO codes, but it's a string that's selected, that's subject to a selection process, and therefore it should have a meaningful representation. It should be meaningful. It should have a meaningful representation of the name of the country in its official language using its official script. And it should be supported by significantly interested parties, including the country's government. So if at least one of these criteria is not met, then this should trigger as a revocation of such an IDN if the country changes its name, for instance, or if the country changes the official language or the official script. Then this can be the basis to suspend or revoke such an IDN. Probably you heard that India is going to convene a special session of the parliament to consider potentially the change of the country's name in English. And if such a decision is taken, indeed, it would be an interesting stress test for this policy. This policy also provides for variant management, but I don't want to discuss that at the moment. On this slide, you can see additional links that will provide you with more information. Well, that was a very interesting presentation. Our next speaker is Leonid Todorov, the General Manager of IPTLD. An association of the registries from the Asia-Pacific region. Leonid, welcome. Our regular speaker at TLD-CON. What's happening in the Asia-Pacific region? Yes, hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, colleagues. Yes, I have a quick update for you.
интересно, но здесь все интереснее и интереснее становится. Значит, можно тогда
Well, you know, things are getting curiouser and curiouser.
что кроется за буквально двумя словами. Да.
Okay, here's my first slide.
Ассоциация доменов национальных верхнего уровня Азиатско-Тихоокеанского региона APTL
APTLD, an association of country code TLD registries, was registered in 2003 in Malaysia. As a result, this led to certain administrative, institutional, financial, and other challenges. Therefore, a decision was taken to reincorporate the organization and to move the headquarters of the organization to Singapore. You know that Singapore has always been one of the leading jurisdictions of the world in terms of doing business. So on the other hand, it turned out that Singapore's bureaucracy is very strong. Well, we've registered the organization, everything's fine, but unfortunately, we met with certain challenges. Singapore banks and their compliance service proved to be a real challenge for us all. You know that at APTLD, there are some national domains that are subject to sanctions. They're designated sanctions jurisdictions. So when you have to deal with Western banks, you immediately learn how streamlined the system is, and it has its pros and cons. And unfortunately, this is what stopped us from completing the process of reincorporation in Singapore. Unlike some other organizations, when people started asking questions, what do we value more, banking in a good country or our principles? It turned out that the principles prevail, and in the current bylaws, constitution of APTLD, there aren't any articles that provide for suspension of membership or termination of membership if the country is subject to sanctions, if the sanctions are imposed. Now, from the legal perspective, this generated yet another challenge. We have a constitution that was developed in Malaysia in 2003. It was basically written on the back of the envelope by some lawyers. When I try to apply to the real world, it sends shivers down my spine. But because of the process of incorporation in Singapore, we rewrote the constitution. Now it's up to date. However, the members of the organization asked us to produce a new constitution out of the available two texts, and it was heavy work. We had to polish and consider every single word to see whether it would will not lose its meaning in the fast-changing world. So we reviewed the constitution and the bylaws as well over a period of 4 months. But now the question is, when do we apply this constitution? Do we apply it to the old organization that is still incorporated in Malaysia, or to the new organization? We're still waiting for the answer from the last Singaporean bank in the chain, and maybe the bank will never reply to us, or maybe it gives us a negative response, and if it's negative or we never hear from this bank, we'll stay in Malaysia. But then the constitution will have to be approved by the general meeting and the general conference of the APTLD members in February next year. And importantly, just like many other organizations, we are approaching our 25th anniversary. happen next week. We're celebrating in Seoul. There is still a lot of work to do. 200 people are attending the event. 140 of them are coming to the site. Others will be connecting to the celebrations remotely, and we will be organizing an additional track during this conference. The members decided that, how shall I put it in Russian? I really don't know how to phrase it. A declaration, a statement as to what APTLD is going to do to develop or to contribute to the development to the global internet. I don't remember if I included that on the next slide or not. Can we take a look at the next slide? Oh, right. Okay. Anyway, in this regards, I have to mention that, 10 years ago, APTLD was considered a subsidiary of APNIC, which is similar to RIPE-NCC. It's a similar organization acting in the Asia Pacific, but this community, this association of country code TLDs matured and acquired independence. So we hope that this declaration or statement that is currently reviewed by a working group and later will be discussed behind closed doors at the high level meeting. Our Korean colleagues, this is how they decided to call a panel discussion representing the leaders of about 20 member organizations. So they will be discussing it first, and then we'll see whether this document will be accepted in the modern world, or whether it will pass the test of the times. As to the conference on 25 years anniversary, there will be many ceremonies during the event, and I would like to thank everyone who participated. And I can see some people among the participants of this conference. So anyway, I wanted to thank everyone who contributed creatively into organizing the celebrations. I don't want to go into details right now. We are going to have a gala dinner. I have already sent out invitations to the people. You can expect spirits materializing and awards handed out. And there are many people, again, who contributed to the 25th anniversary. And I hope everyone received their invitations. TLDCon will talk more about registration trends, so I'll save additional information till that session. So from anniversary to anniversary, 25 years of APTLD and then 30 years of .ru. Lots of wonderful events happening in our industry. You will be watching closely your registration process in Singapore. Who could have known that the sanctions would have an indirect impact on your organization? Oh, you don't say. Thank you very much for your excellent presentation. Yes, some people at this conference, and there are some people here on the stage, the members of the delegations who will first go to Moscow, to their homes, but probably they will not even need to unpack their suitcases. They will have to fly to Seoul the next day. Right. So it means that we will be coming back to Lyonia during our fourth session. But now let's turn to another representative of the representative of the ICANN community, Natalia Filina, the representative of Uralo. So what's the news of Uralo? Right, thank you very much. And thank you for inviting me to speak at this panel. Very quickly, I am here representing Uralo. this is a part of the at-large community. We partner inside ICANN and with the ICANN community. This is a presentation for your reference. Really, I wanted to remind the audience about ICANN's mission. The ICANN's mission is to help ensure a stable, secure, and unified global internet. And the at-large community and the European community that I'm very honored to represent works to advocate for the interests of the users. Next slide, please. Andrei said that our focus is now switching to the regions, from the global level to different ICANN units and sub-organizations. Iralo and our members, our organizations and individual members of our organizations have certain interests which are indivisible from the interests of the global community. We always cooperate and work together. The only difference is that we are trying to get feedback and we represent the end user interests. You can take a look at the map on the screen, this regional distribution, the Europe includes Russia, as you can see, and that's why I am here. So the multi-stakeholder model is quite efficient. The process of engaging and inclusive engagement into the development of ICANN policies is also working. Andrei asked how we could contribute to the development of the strategic plan of ICANN. Well, one way to do it is to join EURALO, either as an individual member or as a representative of an at-large structure or organization. And you can share your ideas and make your proposals or voice your interests during the strategy development process. Well, I wanted to focus on explaining our position, our place in the greater ICANN community. At large, the at-large community represents the interests of individual users. I borrowed this scheme from one of the community guides. It's a guide for newcomers, and you can see that our interests can coincide with interests of business internet users, the interests of government, non-governmental organizations, and sometimes even the interests of some criminals who pursue their own interests in the internet. At-large community stands for only good faith users and their interests. And they are the interests that we can bring to the table of ICANN that fall within the scope of ICANN's mandate, including security and trust in the domain name system. Next slide, please. Well, I can say that sometimes, and Andrei mentioned the communications and announcements already. So out of these communications, the community can learn about our activities and they can learn about the events that either we organize or that we join. Mostly they are outreach activities. And that is the window of our organization. I mean, all these activities, they are what's on the surface, but there is also a lack, which is an elective body of our community, representatives of different regions. We discuss amendments or initiate changes and reviews of the policies and documents. developed by ICANN and other structures. The at-large community and the LOC do not work independently inside the ICANN community. We always cooperate with our colleagues and other structures inside the greater ICANN community. And the examples that I can give you are a testimony to our work. For instance, at-large and ALOC joint efforts to initiate and develop policies. For instance, ALAC initiated the development of the GNSO policy to restore invalid domain names, or the ones that are expired, or ALAC makes statements and communications, or we support something and ask that attention be placed on a particular item during the policy development. I don't want to, again, discuss everything that's on the slide, but you can click any of these links and you will see what kind of correspondence the ALAC chair carries out on behalf of the community, or what kind of contribution we make to the development of policies. This is work that requires a lot of meticulous effort. This work is very important, and thanks to such conferences as this one, we can find more participants and more people with the right expertise in the domain areas, the academia, the technical experts, the organizations and private individuals that do research and that know a lot about the domain names, markets more than others, and that can add an additional weight to all the statements and communications that are released by our community. Next slide, please. And this is the more visible part, like I said, of our activities in order to participate in the work to develop policies or make recommendations. You should join EURALO and the at-large community. Well, if you are residents of our regions, you can join EURALO. You can join us as an organization or as an unaffiliated individual member. We know that within EURALO, we have colleagues from ccTLD, and they're very active members of many of our initiatives. We exchange news and experience at our events. However, there are some events that are available to a broad audience, to many other stakeholders and actors.
Топиков и ICANN-проблематики, а более широкого круга лиц, которые вовлечены в...
These are activities for a broad audience that is engaged in internet governance discussions. All our correspondence, all our meetings, all our teleconferences, monthly teleconferences, where we exchange opinions or make reports, where we get to hear from different regions. Well, you can always join them. You can always be present. If translation is available, then you will be able to join the conferences even if you do not speak English yourself. But in any case, we publish transcripts of our conferences, and you can use them and do your own translation if you are interested. Or you can talk to us, to your representatives, and we will be very glad to answer your questions. Now, as to our upcoming events, there will be a roundtable dedicated to the 25th anniversary of ICANN. It was organized by Sebastian Duchalet, my big boss, the chair of EURALO. It's going to be a long 2-hour-long roundtable with ICANN founders and real icons. I mean, the speakers are absolutely astonishing. We are going to have members of the board. We are going to have Tripty speaking here. He's going to be a walk down memory lane. So please join it. This roundtable discussion is to be held on the 18th of September during ICANN 78 in Hamburg. And very soon the at-large session schedule will be ready. We intend to, how do I put it in Russian? We intend to have discussions with other ICANN institutional entities, and we are going to have open plenary sessions dedicated to broader topics of the technical progress of ICANN and new technologies. Emerging technologies of the internet. So you can click on this schedule link, the planning committee, and we are working right now. The schedule is not yet settled, but very soon we will publish the final timetable. During the fellowship session, the Urvalo representatives will make their own presentation to the fellows. And Chris Mandini also mentioned that at the opening of the session, we want to make our community more inclusive. That's why we are currently developing a welcome package, which will actually be an e-tool providing simple answers to the questions of all the novices or everyone who plans to join our activities. On a daily basis, I try to collect the news so that every month we can publish a Uralo news sheet. Maybe you received it, you are receiving it, or you are reading it. We think that it's an interesting collection of links to the upcoming events and recent updates and reports from our members who attended this or that conference or event on internet governance. It includes updates about our internal proceedings. So it provides you a lot of information about the life and times of our community. We do a lot of outreach and engagement too. We'd like to expand the membership, the numbers of our community. Uralo has a financial plan for the next year, and they are not actually calendar years, but financial years that we follow. And our financial year is June to June, so we are currently in the financial year 2024. Anyway. These are difficult times, like I was saying, and it's very important that we expand our presence in the countries of our large region. It's a bit difficult to do right now, but we use all our resources. We are not a political body. We never touch upon, well, how shall I put it? We do not want to diminish the rights of end users in any country. Instead, we want to make sure that all internet users benefit from the internet regardless of the language they speak or the country in which they live. We want the internet to be stable and operable for everyone anywhere. So again, should you have any further questions, you know how to find me, and thank you for listening. That was an exhaustive presentation. Maybe we can have a joint meeting of our youth council and Uralo ahead of the Kyoto meeting in October. I think there are many points that we can discuss. I'd like to now ask Evgeny Kuskevich to take the floor. He is the head of the .su registry. And Georgi, I'd like you to substitute me here for a while because some people from the organizing committee will have to go to the Petrozavodsk State University to read a lecture on secure internet, but we will be coming back soon. Right, thank you. Thank you, Andrei. Evgeny? Yes, over to you. Andre has already mentioned that many organizations are celebrating different anniversaries this year. RIPN is celebrating 30 years this year, to tell you the truth. I only have one slide on my presentation, so let's turn to it directly. RIPN and .su, we are working to harmonize the ccTLD zone rules together with the coordination center for .ru.rf. We want the rules for the users of various national domains to be the same, to be the same, preferably, and also together with the TCI, we are working to implement transfer of domain names between the registrars using info codes. And I'd like to thank TCI because they have always been extremely responsive and cooperative. They are constantly updating the technical infrastructure. They implemented RDAP, for instance, like they said in their presentation. We are constantly fighting crime, and this is our routine. It's something that we do all the time. We work with complaints and with the competent institutions. ccTLD has this wonderful project. It's called a Domain Patrol. It helps us a lot. And we are also engaged in international cooperation next week. We will be participating in the APTLD conference. And despite the difficult geopolitical situation, we are still taking part in various international events. And we represent our country at international sites. Thank you. That's it from me. Well, thank you, Andrei. Right. Thank you, Evgeny. That was quite concise. I have this question. Fighting crime, you said if I fight crime, how do you do it? You give us a bit more details? Well, we receive requests or complaints. It's part of our routine workflow. We use the domain patrol system. Competent authorities, registrars are connected to it. We are monitoring the situation. We want to make the national domain zone and .su cleaner. Okay. Tomorrow we're going to have session number 6, and I invite you to participate in it, not as a speaker, but as a contributor. Right. So as far as I understand, our next speaker is Pavel Gusev. Pavel, can you introduce yourself? Because colleagues are telling me that we are running out of time. It's a pleasure to see you. So what do you bring to the table today? Yes, I'd like to thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to brief you on the news of Kaznik. Can we have the slides? Right. I'm head of Kaznik, the Kazakhstan National Information Center. It's a registry of .kz and .kaz. We support accredited registrars, and we support domains in the internet. In the last 12 months, we saw a considerable increase in the number of registered domains, 6.5% in the first 6 months of the year, and in the last 12 months, it's been 8.5%. At the moment, we have 181.5 thousand domains in the registry, including IDNs. IDN is not very popular because the decision was made by the government to switch from Cyrillic to Latin script. That's why we are still, the country is still in the process of transition. That's why .kaz and Cyrillic has not been very popular lately. And we only have 585 domains in .kaz in Cyrillic. We have 12 accredited registrars. Not a big number for a country our size, The thing is, in the past, only residents of Kazakhstan could be accredited to work with registers. There was this limitation, but last year in September, the regulator removed this barrier. Or rather, they added exceptions to this rule for the non-residents who are accredited with ICANN. So those who are already accredited with ICANN can also be accredited as registrars in Kazakhstan, even if they are not residents.
Для своих пользователей. Также у нас существуют ограничения, широко, наверное, известные ограничения.
There is another restriction, probably you are aware of it, on policing internet resources using or in the .kz and .kaz domain areas. These resources must be hosted in the territory of Kazakhstan, and our competent authority, our regulator, constantly runs inspections, and in May, following one such inspection that affected 18,000 domain names, those internet resources were hosted outside of Kazakhstan, so the regulator sent out a demand to address the deficiency. They allow some time to transfer these resources to Kazakhstan. We as a registry, of course, we would like this restriction to be removed. We don't want domains to be subject to such a restriction. Well, we hear different arguments in favor and against this idea. The regulators, the registrars participate in public discussions. Hopefully, some changes will take place as a result of these discussions. As to the technical aspects and the technical news, we cooperate with NetNod from Sweden. We installed a iRoot server at Kazniks in Semey. It's the fourth. It will be the fourth root server hosted locally. This leads to better quality for the users and the operators who make use of this internet exchange. The number of servers supporting our national domain was increased. Packet Clearinghouse Anycast group was added to the ones that were already running. So now we have 3 groups of servers, 3 clusters of Anycast servers that support the national domains in Kazakhstan. And the main event from early this year, on the 12th of January, we generated keys and we signed .kz and .kaz with DNSSEC. We are using the hotel's hardware for keys generation and signing, and during signing, we use a CDSA Core 256 algorithm. It's our 3rd change of keys throughout history. Again, there were certain deficiencies there in the process, but we addressed them quite quickly. When we changed keys, one of the operators lost their domains. They stopped working because he stored more information in cache than what was allowed. So they had different cache service settings, let me put it this way. And therefore, the new keys became or were invalid or could not be accepted. Well, anyway, the operator complied with our instructions, and we also took action to make sure that nothing like this ever happens again in the future. So that's all of the news I have.
Рад слышать, рад участвовать в конференции.
I'm happy that I can participate in your conference. Again, I will be glad to take the questions. Thank you, Pavel. That was Pavel Gusev, director of .kz.kaz registry. I have a question on DNSSEC, but we are running out of time and we really need to move on to our next speaker, but I am going to come back to you on the DNSSEC story. Okay, now would like to hear from Director of RU Center, RegRU, Andrei Kuzmichov. Right, hello everyone. It's an honor for me to start with this slide. People said they will be celebrating 25 years or 30 years of their organizations. Well, what you're looking at right now is only 2 years old. 2 years ago, two main registrars of Russia merged into one bigger company. As to the update, probably you have noticed some changes already on this slide. Last Friday, we introduced the new visual style of reg.ru. It's part of our bigger process to transform our brands and to position them in a new way and the product line that we are offering to our clients. This summer, we launched our own cloud platform that's will be the foundation for the massive cloud. And at the same time, well, it should look different. The slide looks wrong. They told me no PDFs, only PowerPoints. Okay, here's your PowerPoint, and the slide is all wrong. Okay, on the basis of our own cloud, we have already started providing private cloud services to our clients, and regRU is becoming the main infrastructure brand also in the segment of a heavy corporate infrastructure. We have contracts with government entities, Sber, Mail.ru, Cloud Solutions, Rostelecom. We can let them go first in this race because we are sure to win the race anyway. We are much more flexible and we act faster. In the last 18 months, we've been intensively investing into fault tolerance and security of our clients. Already last February of the last year, the attack started on the systemic players of the Russian internet, but all the key players use our infrastructure one way or another. So it all started with attacking clients. Then we were attacked as an infrastructure provider. The attacks make us stronger. And this is important, Alexei. Right. I'm not going to listen to all the organizers ever again. No PDFs. Okay, anyway, I'm very impressed by Pavel Gusev's slide and the liberalization of the rules in the KZ domain area. But to go back to Russia, approximately 5 years ago, together with the Coordination Center, we initiated updating the data in the register to make sure that the registrant's data is stored correctly. We suggested using e-government portal as a digital and normalized data set. And this year, sometime in mid-August, we fully integrated with the e-services platform production system. The clients now can automatically connect their RUCENT account with the e-government account. And now we are waiting for the approval of the regulator to start operating the system. It took us 5 years, and while we were making progress, suddenly For 5 years, I mean, we've been saying, let's bring order to the domains market. And then in, okay, 3 months, fine, 3 months time, the regulation of the Russian market of hosting providers emerges. It's a fundamental change. It's going to make a fundamental impact on the market along 2 dimensions. The market will become safer, and the landscape will change. The landscape of players in the markets is bound to change. But we also work in the secondary market. We simplified, well, actually, purchase and sale of domains in the perfect world are arranged automatically and are safe for buyers and sellers. Again, we are making progress towards this perfect state of affairs, and next spring you can expect a greater update from us on the secondary market of domains in Russia. Item 3 on the slide. We prepared our hosting platforms, which cover more than 1/3 of the Russian hosting market, to work with the Russian certificates, government encryption certificate and world encryption as well, like global encryption. And we are in the final stages of integration with the TCI on the issue of Russian certificates. That's part of the input substitution program, and it's part of the whole storyline to make the Russian internet safer. And we continue ensuring uninterrupted support of our clients and stable operation of the internet. Right. Thank you. Thank you, Andrei. Any questions to Andrei from the floor? No questions. Then yeah, it was a brilliant presentation indeed. Now the microphone goes to Denis Atvalko, representative of the largest registrar in Belarus for .py and .bil domains. It's my pleasure. I'll start from 2020, early 2020. We're getting used to the pandemic. We're getting used to the idea of the pandemic, and then there were elections in Belarus. The political situation changed dramatically. As a result, the business activity went into decline, and the businesses were depressed, and the domain zones suffered. Andrei said that the domain registrations correlate with the health of the economy. Well, it is true, because we lost at least 15% of domain registrations at that time. On the slide, there is a mistake. Start of 2023, it has not reached 145,000. Actually, we hoping very much to be able to reach this number by the end of the year. At the same time, we noticed a dramatic increase in the registration of international domains. Maybe it's because businesses are reorienting themselves to new markets. Maybe people are migrating. They are relocating to new jurisdictions, but this is a trend that is quite persistent. Antitrust, anti-monopoly regulation. It's an interesting fact that in 2020, the Antitrust Ministry initiated an inspection into the price collision and increase in prices on domain names. In May this year, the courts decided that all registrars were guilty of a collusion, a price collusion, apart from one registrar. If you're interested in details, we have a colleague here who is a lawyer, and we can provide you more details. And actually, this colleague of mine is going to speak at the next session. Anyway, how did we enter 2022? We have technical competencies and experience. We have our own R&D. The law on personal data was adopted. At the same time, many vendors were exiting the market. The contract to our cloud software was terminated, and we didn't know what to do. I mean, we had to make a choice. The obvious solution was to go into in-house solutions. So this termination of the contract affected us significantly, and in 2023 we had to develop our own cloud platform. We didn't have access to any of the Western solutions. Russian solutions didn't suit us very much, and suddenly the prices on the Russian solutions also started multiplying. We were not happy about that. In August, we started developing our own platform in June in August 2022, but in June we completed migration of all our clients to our in-house cloud platform. We also launched HostGuard. It's an automated platform to provide basic DDoS web application firewall security. Again, we started with the demands from our clients. We also provide IT outsourcing. We configure private clouds. Then a delegation from our organization will be traveling to Yaroslavl this week to an IT conference. We'll be sharing our experience there. Hosting for personal data. We are the first organization in Belarus to provide hosting services for personal data, and we are fully compliant. We also test and accredit information systems of our clients. We help them make improvements. And as to domains, we are still the largest registrar. Our market share did not shrink. It's actually growing, and we are the only ICANN accredited registrar in Belarus. At the end of 2021, by the presidential decree, the technical administrator for BUY and BEL was, well, a different organization was appointed as a technical administrator. And this is the same organization that was the only exception in this court order that I mentioned.
Пользуясь случаем, хочу пригласить всех на белорусский IGF.
And I would like to use this opportunity to invite everyone to the Belarus IGF. We didn't host this event for several years, but well, now we decided to organize the conference on the 15th of November in Minsk. Everyone is welcome, and thank you for listening.
Да, микрофон важен. Ну что ж, да, IGF в Беларуси ждет. У нас тогда завершающий участник.
Okay, IGF is coming to Belarus, and the final speaker in this session is Munir Badr from the UAE. Munir, hi. Hello. Good to see you. So what's the news? Hi, everyone. Hello, good morning. Sabah al-Khair, that's Arabic. I can speak Russian, Arabic, and English. I'm fluent in all three languages. We've got lots of news. I'll try to be brief as far as I understand. I'm standing between you and the coffee break. I'll try to fit my presentation in no more than 5 minutes. I can see my slides. Well, first of all, thank you for inviting me. It's my first time at TLDCon, and I'm glad that I'm here, and I'm glad to share my news with you. Next slide, please. So briefly about me. My name is Badr Munir. I represent aeserver.com. We are the leading registrar hosting company in the United Arab Emirates. We also work in Qatar, Bahrain, and other countries of the Middle East. We are the accredited registrar of .ae. That's our national domain since 2008. We've been operating in Qatar since 2030. The domain is QA. In Bahrain, we have become the accredited registrar for BH in 2021. We became all these zones are unrestricted. They are totally open. So anyone, any individual, any company, a legal entity can register a domain from anywhere in the world. In these 3 jurisdictions, you don't need any documents confirming your residence. So these domains are growing very fast, which is a wonderful example of how different markets are developing in various countries, and how they are generating additional business opportunities like cloud services or hosting. I speak at different forums. ABTLT, I will be coming to South Korea too. MILDNS forum, that's an ICANN organized forum, MENOC, Middle East, North Africa, and others. I've been living in Dubai since 1996, and I saw this city transform from a desert into this futuristic city. If time permits, I'll say a couple words on Dubai at the end of the presentation. Next slide, please. So very briefly, like I said, we are an accredited registrar of these three largest domains in the Middle East and our region. We are also members of RIPE and CC. We provide hosting. We have a data center in Dubai. We offer co-location in Dubai. You can rent racks. You can rent cloud servers or dedicated servers. We also provide site building websites, sell certificates, WordPress, premium domain brokerage. We are registrars of other domains as well, but basically the focus is on these domains. We also sell .com, .net, and other main GTLDs. Next slide, please. Our target market is these 6 countries. This is called GCC, Gulf Cooperation Council. This council covers Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Qatar, Kuwait, United Arab Emirates, and Oman. So the countries cooperate within the framework of the GCC, and like I said, we already have operations in 3 of these countries. It's just that domain area domains are not very developed. In order to register a domain there, you need to provide documents license, a business license. In some other destinations, sometimes you need to provide regulators with the trademark documentation. Next slide. And these countries, if you take them together, they are part of the Middle East and North Africa. And this region is shown here on the map. I mean, MENA it's not a formal region, and there are discussions as to which countries make up this region. The ones that are shown here in dark blue are definitely part of the region, but there is also India, Pakistan, and some countries in Northern Africa that are often attached to the region. So very briefly about our region, the total population of Middle East and Northern Africa is about 578 million people. The United Arab Emirates population is roughly, because of the recent events, has grown to about 10 million people. A lot of people came to the Emirates from Europe, from Asia, from Russia. There are 2.7 million people living in Qatar and 1.5 million people living in Bahrain. Small countries, but the economies of these countries is developing at a dramatic pace. The Arabic language is the official language of these countries, but everywhere you can feel pretty comfortable just by speaking English. It's considered to be the language of business. ICANN in 2015 did a research. It's an old one, but I read somewhere on the website that soon they will publish a new study. But in that 2015 study, it said that if you take all domains registered in the MENA region, then they counted with about 3 million domains. Well, I'm absolutely sure that this number is much, much higher today. And even in 2015, the numbers should have been bigger. Probably they did the measurements based on who is. In any case, much time has elapsed, and the region was developing at such a cosmic rate. So the future ICANN study is going to give us a completely different number. If you take domains in the .ae zone, it's growing again at a space rate. It grew by 39% in just the last 12 months. And today we have more than 320,000 domains registered in .ae. Like I said, it's an unrestricted zone. Anyone can register a domain in .ae. Qatar is also growing 25,000 domains plus in BH.ph. It's a new zone. Well, it's not very new actually, but it was updated and the rules and the regulation was updated. And now foreign registrars have access. I think they have more than 40 international registrars in that BH, and they are acting this domain zone quite actively. And now it counts with more than 6,000 domains. Next slide, please. If you look at registrars in the MENA region, there are 10 of them in total. And according to ICANN data, I found 2,700 accredited registrars in total, and 10 of them are from our region. That's less than 0.5%. In the Emirates, there are 4 registrars. 2 of them are active, and the other 2, they don't even have a website. Probably they have a different business model, and there is a registrar in Morocco, in Jordan, in Tunisia, and in Iraq, and Kuwait, of course. Next slide. So there, as promised, Dubai. And well, colleagues from Belarus invited to the Belarus IGF. We decided to host an event in Dubai as well, since the market is exploding, and since I'm the founder and the main supervisor of Domain Days Dubai, I have the honor to invite you to Domain Days on the 1st and 2nd of November 2023. Our website is domaindays.com. It will be the first event in the region to bring together registries, registrars, hosting companies. Again, the 1st and the 2nd of November this year. Please come. More information is available on the website. And on the next slide. So you can see who will be coming. We have already collected 100 plus registrations for this event. It's going to be an offline event. We will be renting premises at a hotel. We will not be streaming online. We want people to network, to meet face to face. So our objective is to invite as many participants from our region as we can. If you have any questions, please talk to me. And this is my final slides. See you in Dubai. Thank you very much, Munir, and thank you for the invitation. We'll think about it, definitely. It's a pleasure for me to announce a coffee break. You have 15 minutes and then please, 20 minutes. We've got 20 minutes for the coffee break. Isn't this wonderful? And please be back here for the legal section at 12:30 Moscow time.
принято. Катя, Марина, Санна, Владислав. Да. Люди собираются пока. Я в таком случае продолжаю нашу конференцию. И у нас вторая секция.
Let's resume our conference. Welcome to our second section. This will be a legal section. They will be discussing the various IT legislation issues. Marina Rashkov will be moderating the discussion. Yes, good afternoon, colleagues. It's a pleasure to welcome all of you here. It's the first day of TLDCon, and everyone is still refreshed and happy to see each other. Today, we will touch upon several issues that are interesting and useful for the lawyers. This will be a rather intensive discussion, and our legal experts will touch upon various international issues. We'll start with the presentation by Chris Buckridge, an independent consultant. He'll brief us on recent developments in the EU legislation and regulation.
Крис, вам слово.
Chris, over to you. We don't have Chris?
Тогда переходим.
Okay. What about Pavel? Do we have Pavel with us? Shall we give the floor to Pavel then?
Павел Патрикеев, всем известный.
Okay, then our speaker will be Pavel Patrikeev. You all know Pavel. No, really, you know him. You've met him. He is a frequent speaker, and he started his own law firm, Patrikeev and Partners. I know Pavel personally, and I'm glad that he could join us today. Hello, Pavel. Good to see you. The floor is yours. You have about 15 minutes, well, definitely not longer than 20 minutes. There will be several presentations during this section. We'd like to have some time for questions and answers.
Прежде всего, хотел всех поприветствовать, к сожалению,
I'd like to welcome everyone. First of all, unfortunately, I couldn't be present there myself personally, but in any case, good to see all of you too. I was a legal department head of the legal department at Regru at the end of last year. I left the company and I started my own legal service, Patrikeev and Partners. We support startups, IT services, hosters, registrars, providers. So my area of expertise did not change. It's still IT and domains. Today, I'll talk about the issues of legal regulation of domain deals. I wanted to prepare an overview. I really wanted to brief myself on this topic and whether there were any changes in the legislation. We'll talk about the domain names as objects of the civil law. I'll try to fit into the allocated time slot. I will leave less time for theory and allocate more time to discuss the practical issues. In any case, if you would like to learn more about theory, there are many publications. There is literature on the topic that I can refer you to. I work with startups and they sell domains and websites to each other. They work with exchanges, and I acquired certain new legal insights through my private practice. But let's start with theory, as promised. We first need to understand what a domain name is as an object of civil regulation. There were no changes here. Not digital rights amendments to the legislation, nor the regulation of digital assets did not affect the domain names definition, and the legislator is not thinking much about the regulation of domain names, at least not to the extent that the regulation was developing, say, 5 years ago. I'll have a couple of slides about the consensus rather, that was built in practice. We know that the domain name can be transferred, it can be rented. Here is a link to Marina Ryzhkov's publication on domain names and their place in civil law. Domain is the result of intellectual activity. It's not an object to exclusive rights, though. It's not subject to exclusive rights. And I can refer you both to the Civil Code and to one of the rather old resolutions of the Supreme Court. of Russia from 2019.
Суды первой, второй инстанции, да, кассации, точнее, апелляции, в общем-то.
The courts generally agree on this matter. Even if a court decides that a domain is similar to the trademark and has and the same scope of civil regulation applies to it, well, in any case, a domain is still not subject to exclusive rights. It doesn't prevail over the trademark. It's still a type of designation. My favorite definition of a domain as something that can be transferred in a deal, in a transaction, comes from the European courts. Over here you can see the quote. I like the term that the court applied and its approach to the domain name as a quasi object property rights, a kind of a property right that provides temporary use of the internet space as designated by the numbers or letters. So you enter into contract with the registrar and you acquire a set of unique rights of administration. And the idea is that you can decide on the name. You can link the domain to certain servers and place content using this domain name and things like that. You can say that, well, it's not a very recent case, but at least it's something that I found. The Supreme Court also considers the domain name and the right of its administration as a property right rather than as the result of intellectual activity. The parties in the deal, if they want to dispose of the website, they need to consider three elements. First, either the domain name should be transferred from one account to another, or access to the account should be provided for the other company to or a person to control this domain name. There should also be a change introduced to the register. The data, the owner's data should be updated, and the domain designation can also be used in the business practice, just like you are using a trademark or some letters or numbers. If you look at the contracts, we see that the market harmonized. There are big registrars. I analyzed their offers, and I see that they basically quote each other. It would be the same wording. The registrars consider, or the administrators consider, domain name as a continuous service, a service of entering the owner's name into the register. I participated in different court disputes, and it was the same position that I held, and the courts agreed with this position. Especially if there is a dispute over money, you need to decide when was the service provided. Was it terminated when the entry was made into the register? Does that mean that the full service was provided and completed at that time, or is it a continuous service? Well, the courts believe that it's a continued or a continuous service. And just making a record in the register does not bring the service to an end. So that basically that's the position of the market and also the position of the courts on the matter. We know that there are certain challenges during the sale and purchase of domains. But here is an article that I found back from 2014, and the researcher doesn't hold a positive view of various session agreements. But in any case, there is this averaged approach when the website is considered to be a set of costs, and it includes not only the domain, but it may be associated with some additional costs. And some of these costs can be recorded as an intangible asset, others cannot. And so the original cost, the pricing, that would include the costs associated with the design of the website, the registration cost, etc., etc. In any case, the Ministry of Finance in 2020 and in more recent communications, just like the Supreme Court, states that the income from the sale of domain names should be treated in the same fashion as income from the sale of other property rights. What next? Well, actually, there is certain confusion in the domain market with respect to certain matters. What I mean to say is, it's wonderful that the lawyers use more or less streamlined terminology, but sometimes in the contracts you read about tangible and intangible assets, domain and websites, and they are defined differently in various documents. You can find all kinds of descriptions. Here I'm quoting a document of one of the exchanges, an offer of this exchange that offers exchanging domain names, and they decided to define tangible assets, and they included everything, scripts, domain names, Telegram channels, and this matters. That's important because if under a contract one party transfers a domain name to a different party, it's not a domain name that is transferred, but also several adjacent rights are also transferred, like the design of the website or access to the website. Mixing all of this in one bundle, it creates unnecessary confusion when the actual deal is concluded. Once again, the participants of the market do not agree on what a tangible or an intangible asset is. An exchange we probably can be forgiven because they are interested in just having the parties enter into a deal, and they are interested in making money on the deal. The fact that the domain is transferred using their own automation means and the personal accounts on the site, but whether the parties actually formalize the deal and what kind of definitions they used, it matters less to an exchange, to a platform. Usually, Avito or Kickstarter, they have special provisions in the contract that certain aspects are not within the scope of that particular contract and not within the jurisdiction of the site providing the service. Usually there is an agreement or a contract between the parties. The contract is governed by the civil code, the rules of part 1 of the civil code, like a mixed contract. For instance, the deals, just like they used to be in the practice in the past, and now the deals with domains contain elements of several types of contracts with. There were discussions whether you can enter into a license agreement for a domain name. Well, no, you can't. So basically, now the market agrees that it should be the contract of transfer of rights. Again, I'm not going into the theoretical details, but again, every contract like this will contain elements of various other forms of contracts. It's obvious also that the contract can refer to terms and structures or words that are not included into the laws or not defined in the laws. Sometimes, well, of course, we can expect them to appear in the legislation sometime in the future, but still very often the contracts to transfer domain names would contain references to ICANN rules, to registry rules, and things like that. Such deals, two-party deals, and disposal of domain name deals, say, at the discretion of the administrator. The invalidity criteria also apply to such deals. Here is one case in which I participated sometime in the past. The regulator abused its powers and it transferred the rights to a domain name from one party to another. And then after a while, it took a long while, the deal was recognized null and void, and the administrator had to roll it back and restore the initial owner and its rights. I have not seen many cases like that, but again, the null and void rules apply to those deals just like they do in other civil law cases. Leading into confusion. I mean, all these criteria are well known to the lawyers. What else can we say about the legal practice? What is there? A domain is not a thing. It's not a goods. It's not. It's neither. It is a result of intellectual property. Again, the practice agrees that, for instance, in a rent agreement, if it's really a rental agreement, you will not be able to rent a domain name. In practice, neither as a lawyer nor as an employee of a registrar did I encounter any rental agreements for domain names, but when I was preparing for this presentation, I found templates of contracts for lease or rental of domain names. I don't know whether anyone has ever used it, but the internet offers those templates. You can find them, you can Google them. And transfer of domain name from one party to another, it looks like cession, ceding the rights to administration, one party. In the relations with a registrar, asks to replace that registrant with another registrant. And yes, this replacement is technical. It proceeds in a technical fashion through technical means, and it happens via a personal account, and the data in the register will be updated. The data of the previous registrant will be replaced with the data of the new registrant. Now, speaking about the contracts and the current practice, in one of the databases, you can find a template for the contract to transfer the rights to domain name. It gives you an insight about into these deals. It's an obligation to transfer the right of use at a fee. It's not a domain name, but the right of use, if you will notice. And then you list the characteristics of such a domain, including the letter or number or symbolic designation of the domain name, but also the DNS, for instance. Some guarantees are provided that the registrant is really a registrant. In many cases, the registrants provide certificates. Maybe it's still relevant for mass media, online mass media, that when they are registered as a mass media, they need to confirm that the domain name really belongs to them. Sometimes you also include some reference to who is, for instance. And also, these deals often prescribe certain actions on the side of the acquirer of the rights and the transferor of the rights. It's like when you're transferring a trademark. There is an intermediary who needs to take certain actions. There is a procedure. You submit an application. You make amendments to the DNS records, maybe, and then you need to collect the confirmation that the domain name is re-registered to a new registrant. Usually, all these actions, all these steps, all these procedures are prescribed in the contract. I saw it in the contract. The accountants require like an act of acceptance, an act of transfer. I don't know. It looks antiquated practice, but sometimes yes, you will read it in the contract that the parties also need to sign some letter of acceptance or act of acceptance confirming the transfer of domain names. Often these contracts, like I was saying, are mixed contracts. They have elements from different other types of contracts, and often people would like to get not just the rights to administer a domain name, but they would like to get a whole suite of intellectual property objects, access to the accounts. So often the websites are transferred when the business is sold, and then we say that basically transferring a domain name can be part of a purchase and sale of shares in a business, in a company, and this would be recorded in an amendment or an addendum to a purchase and sale agreement. And of course, the buyers and the sellers would like to list all the intellectual property, and not just intellectual property, their rights and objects that they are acquiring or transferring. Over here, you can see an example from one such contract that we supported. You can see that a domain name is just one of many. And again, there is an issue of determining its legal status. The legal status of accounts on social media, for instance, is quite a special story, and often the contracts will contain lots of curious elements. The parties agree how the transfer will be transferred via an archive or sending login and password pairs by email, and how to confirm the fact of transfer. And domain is often one item in those blended contracts where a trademark can also be transferred or some other property. And in conclusion, I also wanted to bring in the subject of auctions. I couldn't find a lot of court practice around disputes related to domain shops or domain exchanges and the transfer of domains that happen via these platforms. But I studied the templates of the contracts and agreements between the registrars and exchanges. And I can only repeat what I've already said. The registrars are not interested in formalizing relations between buyers and sellers because it's not their responsibility, it's not their headache. Usually they will just list the rules of functioning of those exchanges in terms of transferring the lots. They define what's a purchase and what a sale is in order to understand at what time the fee can be collected and at what time the deal should be considered closed. And these contracts are similar to SaaS, really providing the right of use to a service, or it's a fee-based contract for services. So the registrars use something closer to SaaS, like a cloud provision of services, similar to a marketplace. And there is also the shadow market still, and of course, the courts don't take those cases, but the shadow market exists, and I wanted to investigate that as well. And I see that people, I mean, it's something that was quite spread or popular in the 1990s when people placed an ad in a newspaper, stating the price at which they would be willing to sell a domain name. It's still done these days. We know very little about which documents are actually signed by the parties, but often you do find these cases when two parties come together to a registrar and say that, okay, one party sees and the other party accepts the right to a domain name, and could you please, the registrar, make changes to the database of the registrants. This market still functions. It functions outside of the proper legal field, and we have not seen any dramatic shift in regulation of that activity in the last, say, 5 years. The registrars optimize a routine asset. Now, conclusions. I don't want to repeat because it's everything that to repeat myself. It's everything that I've already said. I don't know if you actually enjoy this presentation. Again, there isn't really much that we can say on this topic. The code practice has established itself. The legal profession is more or less in agreement on what a domain name is and how it should be treated from the civil law point of view. There aren't many changes in the market. The topic is still covered by the scholars. In practical terms, again, the market emerged in 1990s and 2000s. The market has become a bit more formal thanks to the registrars. We see emerging shops or marketplaces for domain names. But again, there isn't much dynamics in this field of research. I guess I will stop here. And thank you for listening. I'm done. Thank you, Pavel. You can forever watch the water flowing and the fire burning, and you can forever discuss what a domain name is. And although you say that the code practice is established itself, but still there are many PhD works written on the topic. I mean, the scholars are still curious about research in domain names. No, really, I see that there's still a lot of interest to this topic. Pavel, can you please stay with us now? We would like to talk to Vladislav Zhavnierchik from BY, because he will be presenting the Belarus point of view, or rather the Belarus legislation point of view on the subject matter. Andrei Vorobyov yesterday asked me, so what's the problem with domain names regulation? Do we need more bylaws and legislation? Why are we so concerned for domain names? They aren't getting enough legal protection because there is not enough regulation. Should we enrich our legislation with the relevant provisions? Should the government interfere, or should the domains still be subject to self-regulation? Should they be governed by soft law rather than hard law? What do you think? What is your opinion? I will start from afar, but then I will eventually answer your question. The Stoics, the Greek philosophers, they try to follow the density to be followers, but they said that they claimed that those who ignored the fate or the destiny would still catch up with that person. Same here, the domain market is a good example of this dictum. The law is always lagging behind. Sometimes it happens for objective, sometimes for subjective reasons. I mean, for political, social, and other non-law related reasons. So today, I think the matter is, well, it's not like this question is, it's not like it's no longer relevant, but we see that the court practice, the registrars, the lawyers, they've made themselves comfortable already in this situation where there is not enough legislation. So it's no longer a matter of whether we need more legislation or less legislation. It's just that there is practice already, and there are deals, and there are parties to the deals in the market. They managed to come to an agreement. I support contracts like this. I support deals, and I see, as practicing lawyer, that there is an idea in the head of the market, if you will, about what a domain is and how it should be transferred. Whether there is legislation or there is no legislation, the rules still exist, because the rules can be both written and not written. And when a certain area is under-regulated, I mean, okay, there will be some soft law, call it whatever you like. So I think that at this stage, the legislators are more interested in infrastructure and security, cybersecurity, but the civil law regulation and identifying domain name as an object of civil law, well, even if the domain name would be considered a result of intellectual activity, even if this happens, I don't think many things will change immediately. I mean, the market regulated itself. The market knows how to handle domain names. So again, the legislators are behind. Self-regulation is not a matter of priority or choice, really. It just something that has happened. It happens everywhere in any field. I don't know, deep fakes, neural networks, or using the product of AI activity. Like there is no legislation around that. There are discussions like in the European Union, everywhere, but the market already exists, and this is the magic. The contracts are being concluded. So, from the legal point of view, it's not a matter of principle. Whether there is hard law, no hard law, legislation, no legislation, the market will find a way to sell domain names and to use the products of artificial intelligence and to use deepfakes in business. I mean, that's my answer. I hope I made myself clear. Well, yes, thank you very much for your answer. Because often you hear the lawyers are approached because they always tend to say no at first, and then having thought about it, maybe the lawyers will say yes eventually. But it's the same here. I think what I'm hearing from you is that self-regulation works and it's much more flexible. You referred to an article that we published together with Sergei Kopolov, who's present here. This is our position too. The legislation and regulation is possible, of course, but whether it's necessary, it's a big question mark because there is already self-regulation of many domain names related matters. So Pavel, please stay with us. We'll come back to domain names again. And now I see that Chris Bakrish is with us, right? He's connected.
I am here. Yes. Hello.
Very well. Then the floor goes to Chris. We are eager to learn from you about the developments in the EU legislation.
Thank you very much. It's great to be here. I'm just going to share my slides and hopefully you'll be able to see them there. Okay, thank you. So yes, thank you very much. It's really a pleasure to be able to speak to you today. I'm sorry not to be there in person. And thank you for Pavel stepping in my place in the first instance. I was in the wrong Zoom room, I think. But it's I think also good to sort of follow up his presentation with this, which will be quite a different presentation. I think where his presentation was obviously very detailed and going into the domestic law, this is a little bit more high level and going into developments that we've seen in the EU in the last few years. My name's Chris Buckridge. I probably met many of you in my time working for the RIPE NCC. I'm not working for RIPE NCC anymore. I'm a member of the UN Internet Governance Forum Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group. And next month I will be joining the ICANN board. But this presentation is my own personal views, so please take them in that regard. The main thing I think that's important to note and see in EU legislative and regulatory developments is how many of them there are. And that's kind of where the Little Earthquakes title of this presentation comes from. It's acknowledging that this is not a sort of single major piece of legislation or regulatory effort that is changing the ground for operators, but it's many small and large regulatory initiatives that are changing the industry, changing how operators need to work with governments, with law enforcement, with their customers. And this diagram was produced by Bruegel, which is a European economic think tank. And there's a link there. If you use the QR code, you can follow that. It shows basically a huge range of different legislative initiatives in the last years that relate to internet and internet operations. And the number is huge. They're obviously a huge number. One thing I want to also point out now, if you, take away, sorry, I'm just going back here. Here, if we take away the ones in white, those are the ones that were from before 2020. I think this is an interesting insight here into how much has happened just in the last 3 years, how heavily the activity has moved on in terms of internet regulation. And it also shows the areas where there was already regulation and work being done. You see here in e-commerce and consumer protection, there was a lot of historical regulation in terms of trust and safety, in terms of media, certainly. But then there are other areas where it's really all happened just in the last 3 years, in terms of finance, in terms of industrial policy, and in terms of cybersecurity. Now, this presentation is by necessity going to be a mile wide and about an inch deep. So that is, I'm going to try and cover in the 15 minutes that I have a number of different topics, hopefully topics that are of some relevance to this audience. But it's only a small subset, as you can see here on the screen, of the overall picture. And even within that, I'm not going to be able to go too deeply into detail on each of these. So what I've included in the slides is, well, a lot of links and some QR codes. So if you want to see the slides later on, you can follow the links, or if you're just watching this, you can use your camera phone and follow the links to some of the relevant information. But so what I want to look at today is Telecoms Act Fair Share Initiative, the NIS2 Directive, the e-evidence regulation, the Cyber Resilience Act, the Digital Services Act and the Digital Markets Act, those kind of work together, the AI Act, and then another one which is not included in the Bruegel framework, which is DNS for EU, which obviously has some relevance to this group. So, fair share. This is probably a good place to start, and if you noticed on the previous slide, it was the only one of the topics I'm going to talk about which doesn't have a current legislative initiative. So essentially, it's just a discussion that has been happening between the Commission, the Parliament, and industry. And it's really actually a very old discussion. We can call it network fees, it can be called fair share, it can be called sending network party pays. But it comes down to the question of whether government wants to compel content providers, so that can be content distribution networks, it can be Google, it could be Netflix, to pay money to the companies that provide the network infrastructure to end users. And traditionally, that's the telcos, the telecommunication organizations. So in Europe, obviously, by virtue of the structure and of the different strengths of the different economies, this now has a bit of a spin of, do we want to force US big tech companies to pay our EU telcos, which are often now private companies, but still were their former state-owned incumbents. And this has been a really charged atmosphere between the Commission on one side, who have come out very strongly in favor of the telcos, pushing that position, which has also been enunciated by ETNO, which is the industry association for the European telcos. And then on the other side, many in the internet industry who see this as really not the way to go. And it is a discussion that has been had previously. It was had in the ITU in an international context around 2012, and the decision there was not to do this. But then in some other countries, there have been laws that have established this kind of relationship. So South Korea is the one most commonly cited. But there are many implications for what this would mean if it was done, particularly in terms of internet in terms of network neutrality, because it would establish a new customer-client relationship between these big tech companies and these large telcos. So that would leave many of the SMEs, the small and medium operators, out in a very different context. Now, this is, as I say, not yet a legislative initiative, but in June, the Parliament passed a resolution that did call for measures to ensure fair contribution from large traffic generators. So it's likely this is going to come on the table in the next year or so, though it's going to compete a little with European elections and the change of commission, which will happen in that period as well. So on to something a little bit more solid, and that's NIS2. And that's shorthand for the update to the 2016 Network and Information Systems Directive, which is essentially applying to the security of those networks and ensuring that essential services are protected or are sufficiently regulated. Now that directive, the NIS2 update, has been in effect from January this year. Because it's a directive in the EU parlance, that means that each member state has to incorporate it into their national law in the way that they see fit. A regulation applies as plain text for all member states. A directive can be applied differently across different states. There was some early focus in the development of NIS2 about efforts from the Commission to include European root server operators in the law. And so that would have meant that certainly the root server operators who are headquartered in Europe, and that's the RIPE NCC and NetNode, would have been drawn into the law, would have been required to be regarded as operators of essential services. It may also have meant that any other root server operator providing a node in Europe would have been drawn into scope. That was not really clear. But there was a lot of coordinated community engagement with the different institutions, and particularly with the Parliament, which ensured that in the final negotiation, that text wasn't included in NIS2. But there are certainly requirements on other actors, and that includes the country code top-level domain operators, and they're specifically called out in Article 28 as needing to ensure accuracy in their registration data. But this is where there has been actually some concern from the ccTLD operator community and others that status as a directive, which means it will be implemented differently in different states, will result in different rules that in terms of what the ccTLDs need to provide and how they need to provide it. And that may result in different levels of compliance and different levels of difficulty for the different operators. So I've included a link there to a statement by ECHO, which is the German Internet Industry Association, and it captures some of those concerns that particularly the ccTLD operators have had. Now, e-evidence. Again, we're talking here about security. We're talking about how law enforcement can do their job. And this is a package that actually includes both a regulation and a directive. And it's designed to ensure that make it easier and faster for police and judicial authorities to access the evidence that they'll need in investigations. Now, this was actually, to the last bullet here, this was about 5 years in negotiation. This was first mooted in 2018 as something necessary. And the most significant element of this, and this was something that was particularly of interest to the RIPE NCC, an organization based in the Netherlands, is that legal orders for electronic evidence will be able to be made from other EU states directly to operators or organizations without having to go through the local courts in that. So whereas under previous situation, an organization like the RIPE NCC, to get evidence, you would have to go to a Dutch court and get a Dutch court order to release the evidence. Now, a judge or a court in any other EU jurisdiction can simply order the RIPE NCC to hand over that evidence. So that makes things a little difficult and different. And there are some questions about what measures there would be in place to ensure consistency, ensure legitimacy in terms of doing that. But that has come into force, and so now is starting to sort of play out. The regulation actually will come in August 2026. But then the Cyber Resilience Act, moving a little bit away or changing the focus a little bit in terms of the security focus here, is much more about hardware and software products and ensuring that requirements are met throughout their whole life cycle. Now, there was a lot of concern and there was some discussion of this, again, in the RIPE community, but also in other parts of the operator community. And one of the specific concerns was from the open source community. And while the European Commission on their website actually does note some specified exclusions, such as open source software, there were still a lot of concerns about what this Cyber Resilience Act, which would place requirements on developers of hardware and software, whether that might have a chilling effect on the development and production of open source software. And so there was a big public consultation held at the beginning of this year. The current draft has been approved by the Parliamentary Committee in July, so still needs to go to the full Parliament this year. But it is moving quite quickly through the process. And there's an article linked there from Martin Ertzen from NLNet Labs, which is really laying out the concerns that open source developers have about this Cyber Resilience Act. Jumping to the Digital Services Act and the Digital Markets Act, I don't have a huge amount to say on these two, other than that they were debated endlessly following their proposal in 2020, and have now come into force, and we're now starting to see how they're being applied. And the most relevant, interesting thing about these acts is their application to some very big players. So the DSA in April designated 19 platforms and 3 search engines as very large online platforms, and they have therefore some very intense restrictions and requirements placed on them. One of those included there is Wikipedia, which has been, of course, a source of some concern, but most of the others are large for-profit companies. The DMA, Digital Markets Act, talks more about gatekeepers and has identified 6. And so that's, I can't see my slide here, but it's Alphabet, Amazon, ByteDance, Microsoft, and some others. And those gatekeepers have to abide a series of do's and don'ts, particularly in how they manage their relationship with customers. So what they can require of their customers, what they can prevent their customers from doing. So this is an interesting chance to see whether this attempt to regulate some very big international global players will work out for the European Union. And then finally, one here that I have is the AI Act. Now, this is not necessarily so relevant to this community, although it has been a really hot topic in the last 18 months, and particularly with ChatGPT and DALL-E coming on the public scene. And the EU effort is really just one of very many, including work in the Council of Europe on a convention. The Security Council in the United Nations has been having discussions about AI, and there have been a huge number of national regulations in the offing, including a lot coming out of China, which is certainly significant. The EU themselves described the AI Act as the world's first comprehensive AI law. Not sure how seriously to take that, but it is certainly a very significant attempt to regulate the AI space. And Parliament adopted a position in June, but notably with some very significant changes to the original draft, including some greater protections for users and constraints on developers. And that's, again, going back to the NIS2, an example of how the different institutions in the EU, the Commission, the Parliament, and the Council, have some different views and different priorities at times, so that the legislation can change as it moves through the process. And then finally, DNS for EU. This was announced sort of in 2020 as well, along with DSA, DMA, and also NIS2. And it's establishing a public DNS resolver, established in the EU and funded initially, at least, by the EU. There was a tender process last year. Whalebone, a consortium based in Czechia, was commissioned to develop the service. And this is just some information. There is a presentation that was given very recently at DNS OARC 41, which talked about the progress being made here and the plans that Whalebone has. But I thought it was interesting to see this comment that the EU desires to make this the officially recommended DNS resolver for public and governmental institutions. Now, I think it's also intended to be for the public at large, but there is this very clear focus on public institutions and government. One last thing, which I won't go into too much depth on, but there has been a lot of discussion over the last years about sanctions and the impact that they have on the internet, particularly in relation to the core global functions, the DNS, the IP address registrations. There was a study that Farzaneh Badi carried out, funded by the RIPE NCC. It's definitely worth having a look at and in what she has to say there. So that brings me to the end. I put here some useful resources, certainly that I've drawn on, and that can give a lot more information on these RIPE labs, the RIPE NCC's website. Center, the regional ccTLD group, has a lot of policy documents and inputs on these discussions, and ECHO, the German Internet Industry Association. So thank you very much.
Большое спасибо, Крис. Да.
Thank you so much, Chris.
Хотелось бы отметить, что разработка законодательства в Европейском Союзе это.
Well, I would like to notice that the development of EU legislation is the process that covers many different aspects. But my question is, when the European Commission designated the gatekeepers, not all companies agreed with that designation. Is there any process to appeal or to contest the designation? Because I remember reading somewhere that some companies went to court to be removed from the list.
So I'm not actually sure if there is an official process. I'm sure there is discussions, but I think the fact that for the Digital Markets Act, they only landed on 6 of these gatekeepers. So Alphabet, Amazon, Apple, ByteDance, Meta, and Microsoft. They really have gone with the very big actors there. I think there's sort of it in some ways been a quite cautious approach by the EU in that regard, in only sort of setting, at least initially, these very large global companies who really would have a lot of trouble arguing that they're not in that sort of top tier of groups. But it's also interesting to see the different, as I say, 22 different platform services which are provided by these 6, and the ones that actually fall out of being regarded under the Digital Markets Act. So, for instance, Gmail by Alphabet is not included, even though YouTube and others are. And so I think this will evolve over time. As I say, I think it's a bit of an experiment to see how effective this will be, how much the European Commission can throw its weight around in trying to regulate these very big global actors.
Спасибо большое, потому что на самом деле это очень здорово, когда.
Well, thanks for this input. Again, it's important that you still retain some flexibility and adjust your policy accordingly. Again, Chris, thank you so much for your overview. It was extremely useful.
А мы продолжаем. У нас сегодня, поскольку...
And we will continue. Since this is a section on IT legislation, we decided that we wanted to look into court practice. I probably heard that in the United States recently there was a case where an emoji was recognized as a valid form of expressing consent, and many of the local lawyers were very surprised and shocked sometimes. But also, I remember reading a case about this yesterday or the day before that a similar decision was taken by a local court in Rostov-on-Don in Russia, and we were all shocked to see this copying of American practices, but actually there was another case before that last year. Another Russian court confirmed that an emoji can be treated as an expression of consent under a contract. Again, Russia is the region is definitely not lagging behind the international trends, but again, to find out more about the current court practice, let's give floor to Ekaterina Kalinicheva. She's a partner with Semyonov and Persny law firm, and she has been a long-standing partner of TLD and WIGF and all kinds of forums that we organize in the region. Well, the microphone is working. You can hear me. Good to see you and welcome you here. Is it my fifth TLD? I don't remember. But many of you know me as a representative of the rights owners. It is still true. Well, I used to be on the side of proprietors, rights holders, copyright holders, and I spoke on their behalf here. But then I started experiencing some evolution. I realized that it's okay to cooperate with registrars, and now I still represent rights holders and owners. But in my practice, I get more and more cases when I represent a third party in a dispute, website or a registrar. Well, I expect that the time will come pretty soon when I will be defending registrars in courts. But today, let's see what people argue about in the internet, in terms of internet assets. What the internet is arguing about. This is not my personal practice. I think that what I mean to say is. These will not be my cases. I did not participate in them. However, I'm very familiar with all these cases. Let's start with the first takeaway. Domain registration cannot be returned through the court after its cancellation. That's the judgment of the Intellectual Property Rights Court. And that's how the story ended. But where did it start? PIN brought Action Pay to court. PIN is a St. Petersburg registrar, and the other party to the dispute was Action Pay. PIN is the copyright holder to a PIN trademark. The priority date is the 3rd of February 2010, and there was also a PIN.ru administered by Action Pay. The domain was registered at a later date in 2017. That's why PIN wanted to submit the claim to court and to protect its trademark and also its business name in court. In the court, PIN claimed that the trademark was registered for telecom services. This is class 37, and this includes virtual hosting and IP addresses and everything else, and they do provide the services. And the defendant claimed that the pin.ru, it's an empty website, but the defendant provided a business plan to host a social media at pin.ru. So the question was whether class 37 includes social media. So the claimant managed to prove that they are similar services. Telecom services can help people establish a connection between themselves, and social media exists for that purpose. It brings people, it connects people, basically. There are similar services, and the domain name uses a trademark, which is a violation of the rights owner's rights. Of course, the defendant didn't like the resolution of the court, and he appeals the decision. He still says the domain is empty, and since it's empty, there was no violation of the copyright or whatever other rights. But the court again says that it's just a plan, and if you have a plan to host a social media there, even the administering the domain name every day is still a violation of the rights of the claimant. At that time, PIN used the right to transfer the domain, a priority right to transfer the domain name to themselves. They also had pin.su, pin.ref. So with the priority right, they transferred pin.ru to their current domain name. And then after a month, the defendant again appeals the decision of the previous instance, and at that time, Action Pay says that, okay, you use the priority right, but give us the domain back because the court canceled the decision. They went to our CS, the registrar, who refused to do that. And then the Intellectual Property Rights Court not only canceled the decisions of the early instances, but it referred the case to a new resolution. And the court, in the first instance again, said that they do prohibit using pin.ru not in general, but only for class 37. Action Pay decided to become a claimant, and PIN and RSIC become the defendants. RCIS is a registrant, is a registrar. So the claimant wants to become the registrant for pin.ru again. Pavel talked about the nature of the domain name, and the court explained that domain name cannot belong to the administrator or the registrant on the right of ownership. There are relations between the and the registrar on the basis of a services contract, and the very fact that PIN's rights were violated, well, not all of them, but with respect to class 37, the claimant was preparing to use pin.ru for a class 37 services. There are still reasons to use the priority right to transfer the domain name to the defendant this time. Besides, after the domain name is cancelled, all the history is cleared, all the records are removed. So technically, it would still be impossible to return the domain name to the original owner. Then it turned out that RCS is no longer the registrar of the pin.ru, it was PIN itself. And I'll tell you about one more court case. No domain name rights were violated, but still, Raventa, probably the ladies here are familiar with the products of this company. They own several trademarks, and there is a website, techport.ru, that publicized the products of Raventa. Raventa didn't like that as the rights owner, and they wanted the court to uphold their rights. Since I start with the conclusions, well, the registrant, the domain registrant was found liable, although the registrant transferred the right to administer domain name to a third party. So here goes. The registrant contracted seller. Well, the seller is the name of the company. Back in 2018, the defendant wanted to engage this company called a seller as a third party in this trial. The court didn't allow that. These are the terms of the agreement of this contract. Seller acted as the domain registrant. The agreement said that the website could not publish information contrary to the Russian legislation, and the registrant has the right to control the use of the domain name. Still, the court said that no evidence was provided that the registrant was not using this domain name, that a different person was using the domain name, and the court disagreed that the registrant is an information intermediary. The court says that this is contrary to the Russian legislation, and the registrant, having transferred the right to administer the domain to a third party, is a perpetrator, and the registrant was fined 30,000 rubles, and the Court of Appeal upheld the decision of the court of the early instance. And the third case I wanted to discuss, and it's not here, it's not in the presentation. You know why I decided to find a case where a domain registrant would win the case, and I found one, but Anton, I found out that Anton was the representative of the defendant in this case, and I thought that I better not include it since it's not my case, it's Anton's, and Anton is here, and he'll talk about it if time permits. Yes, speaking about time, we decided that we will ask no questions to the speakers. Again, if you would like to learn more, then please find Ekaterina offline. She's a very responsive person. You can put your questions to her directly. And to save time, let's move now to our next speaker, the CEO of Internet and Pravo, Internet and Law company, Anton Sergo. If you don't know it, but Anton published several books on domain names. He's an author. The Court on Intellectual Property celebrating its 10th anniversary, and in the Journal of Intellectual Property, he published an article, a paper on out-of-court settlement. So again, no questions to Anton. Not at this point, at least, but I suggest that you find Anton during the coffee break. Okay, well, thank you for your introduction. Speaking about, well, answering the question that you didn't ask me, you put this question to Pavel, whether it makes sense to regulate domain names at the level of legislation. Well, I believe that, yes, legislation is necessary because the more certainty, the better for any business. Domain names are still uncertain. It's an uncertain entity in terms of what object of law it is. There is still a lot of uncertainty in court disputes. I mean, there are many trials around domain names, and they often end up in a rather unpredictable manner. Again, that's why I think that legislation wouldn't be amiss. Yes, we can hope for self-regulation, but it's been 20 years now since 1998. We've been talking about self-regulation. Self-regulation and hasn't been very efficient. So I suggest that it's one area where we indeed need more government regulation.
Собственно, видение этих вопросов зачастую довольно далеких от потребностей отрасли, от того, как, скажем...
Another problem is that often the administrative regulation is far from actual practice and the needs of the industry. So it means that what's missing here is the dialogue between the community and the government agencies to develop regulation that would be suitable for all parties. As to UDRP, UDRP is well known in the expert community. I remember three occasions when there was a lot of attention to this policy. In Russia, in the early 2000s, there was a huge discussion of joining the system. It was decided not to go on this path. There were concerns that sovereignty may be lost if disputes are settled outside of the Russian frontiers. Whether it's a good thing or a bad thing, well, actually, again, practice shows that in Russia there is still no single set of rules to settle these conflicts, which is again bad for the business, which loves certainty and predictability. Although our national domain area, .ru, is the 7th largest in the world, again, the resolution of the domain disputes is an uncertain process. So when new GTLDs and IDNs were launched, caused a new interest to UDRP, and about 18 months or 24 months ago, I saw another wave of interest to UDRP on the part of the relevant and competent government agencies. It would be great if the industry could join this discussion, and the regulation that could be imposed by the government could be quite negative for the development of the industry if the government does it on its own, at its own discretion. As to UDRP itself, the policy is wonderful. It was developed by ICANN. And ICANN is a competent agency. There are 6 centers around the world. But again, the question is, who are the judges? And I mean, literally, in the last 18 months, I see certain discrimination of Russian parties to the disputes based on the set of judges that take up cases with involvement of Russian parties. If, again, I see that there are fewer cases taken to UDRP from the Russian entities. They are waiting for better times. It feels like we also see a trend of migrating domain resources from international jurisdictions into Russian jurisdiction for fear of discrimination. During the first session today, we heard that this industry is purely technical. It's not political. However, the legal experts supporting the industry feel that politics plays a great role in how the disputes are settled. as to the applicability to Russian domain areas, it applies, UDRP applies to .rus, Moscow, Moskva, .org, online site, deity, Catholic. They are the areas where we have a lot of domain zones where we have a lot of registrations. The resolutions are often taken abroad. The decisions that can be passed by a Russian court on these domain zones, in most cases, will be either unenforceable or, since to enforce a Russian court, a decision of a Russian court, well, it will be very difficult for a foreign registrar to enforce or to act on the decision of the Russian court. The Russian courts, however, refer quite often to UDRP. They quote from UDRP. They again refer to these provisions, but at the same time, they retain their immunity, if you will. The whole system is quite intricate. It's unique, and you can't find analogs to it in other branches of law. I talked to other experts, and they confirmed that no, they can't think of any other system that wouldn't have some, I don't know, government system to consolidate the arbiters, no single system of, or it's a center of arbitration. There is no enforcement of decisions, but in 20 years, we don't know of a single case when the decision would not be enforced, would not be acted upon or complied with. It's an absolutely unique system, but it's very pretty unfamiliar to the Russian legal experts. Applicability of the UDRP, again, it applies to old and new GTLDs. Russia is interested in this system, and there is some discrimination of the Russian parties in these disputes. There are languages of only few of the centers of arbitration have Russian-speaking arbiters, and Russian for them is not the main language. They are not very fluent in it quite often. So again, language is one of the barriers to using UDRP. And you can't assemble a panel of arbiters out of the, say, 3 Russian-speaking judges. Again, we are very pressed for time, so I'm going to skip several slides here describing the system. Like I was saying, about a year and a half, maybe 2 years ago, the Russian government started paying more attention to this system. Its interest was heightened. Rospatent, for instance, the regulator of intellectual property in Russia, is definitely interested in learning more and perhaps adopting UDRP. And since there are discussions around this, probably the industry should be involved so that this matter would be settled without the participation of the community. Again, so Rospatent, the Russian patenting agency, is one venue where such a procedure could be established. Another possibility is that it will be Roskomnadzor, the Russian telecom supervisor, which is probably a much worse scenario. So once again, the community needs to be involved if it wants a decision that doesn't contradict its own interests. So I indeed published several books on domain names and domain disputes and Russian UDRP in Russia. This is a scenario, this is my vision of a scenario of how UDRP could be implemented in Russia.
Так вот, в книге описано еще 69 систем рассмотрения доменных споров.
UDRP is just one procedure out of 69 available in the world to settle domain name related disputes. They are all interesting, they are all exciting and special, and we can learn from all this experience, and all these 70 systems are described in my other book, UDRP or domain name related disputes. Okay, thank you, Anton. UDRP is often known as an administrative procedure, but when experts in foreign law hear the word administrative, they say, well, it's not private law. So for the lawyers, when they hear administrative, it means not criminal, administrative law. Actually, it's a procedure of arbitration. It's a private procedure of arbitration, not administrative. It's not your regular not your regular arbitration clause. It's a special procedure. Now, we'd like to turn to our next speaker, Vladislav Zhavnerchik. He is the leading legal counsel at Hoster BY. He is a well-known legal expert. The floor is yours. Okay, thank you very much for the introduction. I was very happy to listen to the earlier presentations. I'm the last to speak in this session. I consider myself lucky because I will be able to adjust my presentation to what has already been said. And I know that I stand between you and lunch, so I'll try to be brief in my talk today. I will cover three main topics. The first one is the legal nature of domains. I will stay on the practical plane. There is an interesting institution of domain inheritance. We are one of the we are one of the biggest stakeholders in Belarus in this area, so we initiate certain changes to the regulation covering the inheritance of domains and fighting cyber crime, cyber squatting. If we talk, that's another curious set of issues that require a better regulation. In Belarus, there is an analytical center attached to the president, and Hoster BY for more than 10 years was the technical administrator of domain names. Now it's the analytical center of the president, and it means that we are in close contact with them, and we can communicate all the pains and concerns that private businesses have, so that this analytical center not only practices the current legislation, but it has the mandate to initiate the amendments to the legislation. Anyway, so to the legal nature of domain names. What is a domain name? There are discussions of the lawyers, of the jurists as to how to classify domain names, and there were attempts to claim that domain is a means of individualization. There is a case I will be sharing with you a bit later, but actually there is a domain definition that considers a domain to be a symbolic designation. In practical terms, we also talk about the right to administer a domain name. In Belarus, we are still discussing whether domain can be treated as a means of individualization, because the Civil Code offers an open list of means of individualization, and there were attempts and still attempts to substantiate that a domain name can be classified as a means of individualization, just like a trade name or a trademark. Again, I will share with you a case, and the Supreme Court has a college on intellectual rights property that makes judgments in this area. So we can always refer to the judgments and resolutions. They are the final instance in the country, apart from the supervisory capacity of the prosecutor's office. So their rulings are final and mandatory for everyone. The procedure is quite transparent, and it's clear to understand which way the practice is making progress. This is a domain, a general international definition, so probably nothing new for you. Another piece of theory, how do we classify the domain name administration?
Объекты гражданских прав, но мы этим заниматься не будем, потому что нам нужно пообедать. Будем двигаться дальше. Вопрос.
Moving on. Civil rights. How do we correlate a domain with the objects of civil rights? Well, we need to start with the right of administer the domain name. That means the right of use. It's a personal right, and this dispute I wanted to bring up. It is quite an old one from 2008. In Belarus, in particular, legislation was emerging at that time, and it was a very famous case.
Средства индивидуализации по этой причине у него есть право, его приоритетное право защиты.
The claimant believed that, or rather, defendant believed that a domain name is a means of individualization. It's not a trademark.
Домена имя на правовых и достаточных основаниях принадлежит непосредственно ответчику. Но суд не разделил эту позицию в конечном счете.
But the court disagreed with the defendant's position. It's concluded that a domain is not a means of individualization, but it can include designations already used in trademarks.
Кейс был достаточно интересный. Сегодня, опять-таки, повторюсь, правовая практика двигается.
So it was a curious case. Today, the domain is. It doesn't have its own means of protection. It can be used as part of means of individualization, but it doesn't stand as an independent means of individualization. So I believe that even if we go back to a discussion around that, it will not lead to anything much, because again there seems to be a consensus on this matter. So the right to a domain name, or rather the right to administer a domain name, is classified as a property right. As to which contracts can be used to exercise our rights to administer domain name, in Belarus there is a regulation which prescribes the type of the contract. In that situation, that would be the contract of the transfer of rights or the contract of cession.
предметом договора аренды. Тут достаточно четко есть позиция выработанная в том,
as to whether a domain name can be leased.
передачу уступки прав.
No, it can't. Only rights can be transferred.
Есть определенные критерии, связанные с тем, что это сам договор по себе не поименован у нас в Гражданском кодексе, и, соответственно, какие мы должны применять к нему условия, какие условия считать существенными. Это вопрос тоже, который лежит в практической плоскости, потому что есть примеры, когда мы сталкиваемся с договорами как регистратор передачи.
There are some contracts that we as a registrar have to handle. One of the issues that we have to face is whether these contracts must be, in all cases, fee-based. The civil code says that the contracts, the parties may agree that they enter into
Есть такой достаточно живой, но в части, как минимум, определения вида того договора.
That the rights are transferred on a gratuitous basis, compensation-free, but again, it's one unsettled issue whether all these contracts must always be fee-based. Now, how can we make use of domain names? We can pass it on to our hires according to Belarus legislation. In practice, this creates a lot of problems.
Но и интереснее скорее то, как это реализуется на практике, потому что, ну, собственно, мы говорим о нормах инструкции, ранее мы упомянуты, какая процессуальная возможность предусмотрена, но я сразу перейду к проблематике, с которой мы сегодня столкнулись.
So on the one hand, the legislation allows for it. On the other hand, the notary is public. Say that, well, you know that they can register a last will and testament distributing the estate between several heirs, successors. So how can you distribute a domain name between several persons if it's part of the estate? You have several successors, and the law is silent on this matter. So we ask the Ministry of Justice. People come to us and they bring certificates of inheritance determining that, say, the share of this particular person in the total estate is 1/4. It's a quarter. So the Ministry of Justice said there is the Constitution, there are laws and bylaws that prioritize protection of the rights of heirs. So how are we supposed to interpret this answer? Yes, we understand there is a constitution, there is the law, and we must protect the rights of the heirs. But basically, the Ministry of Justice says that we wash our hands at this point. We don't know what to do, and the legislation, since it's silent on it, we are not going to give you any interpretation. So we still exist in this legal vacuum. We are trying to come up with continuous ways of transferring the rights. So on the one hand, the Ministry of Justice says that we must protect the rights of the heirs. On the other hand, those heirs come to us and they say, here is our share. Can we have a share in the domain name? 1 letter, maybe 2 letters.
Один из возможных элементов, которые мы видим, это имплементировать некие элементы совместно.
So we believe that one possible solution is
того, что если представляет домен, предлагаем внести изменения уже сегодня в инструкцию, ну, либо же пойти таким путем сам.
Well, first of all, definitely we'll have to change this instruction, and the two options that we have is to exclude domains from the estate,
сегодня практика такая достаточно интересная, и нам, в принципе, каждодневно с ней приходится сталкиваться. И двигаемся дальше.
Or to offer to the successors to manage the domain jointly. Anyway, as to cybercrimes, this is the last section of my presentation. Type of escorting, phishing. There are many different crimes taking place these days.
С известными товарными знаками, которые в Республике Беларусь.
We saw a surge in the number of domains registered in Belarus that turn out to be similar to the well-known Russian brands. Phishing Landscape did a study. They found some very impressive number of those cases. BY and Bell are also under the risk of cyber squatting.
За практикой, которая существует в Российской Федерации, которая применяет КЦ, это вот у нас есть...
We'll learn from the experience of the ccTLD.ru. How what they do is they undelegate the domain name in case of an abuse. The sooner we act, the more grandmothers' pensions we save. And people do tend to lose their savings, their apartments, when they hit the wrong link. The courts can decide to undelegate, the registrar can undelegate, and also the court bailiffs can undelegate, but not law enforcement authorities in the course of their investigation. So one of the initiatives that we proposed is to enable law enforcement authorities on the basis of a well-founded request from the head of the law enforcement agencies to suspend domain administration or to undelegate the domain name.
Но мы, с своей стороны, как регистратор, прореагировать никак не можем. Также не может никак реагировать технический администратор. Сложная процедура, нужно обращаться.
The technical administrator cannot help in those cases. In any case, often the process takes too long for the process to happen faster. We would like law enforcement authorities to get that authority. And in conclusion of this presentation, I wanted to invite you once again to the Minsk IGF. And I see the organizers are already showing me signs that I need to finish the presentation. Chris mentioned that the European legislation is developing in the field of artificial intelligence, while the National Academy of Sciences of the Republic of Belarus proposed a draft law on AI, and maybe we have time to discuss that during the intellectual property rights session. Thank you very much, Vladislav.
Они действительно там руку на пульсе держат и дорабатывают документы, когда возникает вопрос, чтобы их решить, чтобы не было как раз минимально, свести к минимуму судебные споры.
In the coordination center, rules and procedures, many of the topics that you discussed already covered. This is true. As to inheritance, Sergei Kopolov, present here, has long been a proponent of the idea that the domain name should not be included into a state under any circumstances.
Вот, так на самом деле, конечно, видно, что у нас.
In fact, we see that our two countries, we often face the same challenges. A domain name is a domain name everywhere. Thanks for being with us. We understand that the presentations, the speakers had to speak very fast.
Вот. Да, мы не только
The lawyers are at your service. We are trying to help. Even if you think that we are interfering, actually, we are trying to help. Again, thank you for being with us, for listening to us.
будем рады, если нас пригласят еще. Спасибо, до встречи.
большое
Всем
спасибо.
приятного.
We are always happy to come to this event. Thank you very much and see you next time.
Здравствуйте, друзья, еще раз. Очень здорово, что все вы вернулись с
Good afternoon, dear friends. Welcome back from your lunch break. We are ready to resume the work of our wonderful TLD Con, the 16th International Conference for ccTLD registries and registrars of the CI Central and Eastern Europe. Next, we're going to welcome a guest, well, not a guest, really, a friend, a standing speaker, someone who always tries to attend our meetings, be it in person or remotely. We hope very much that soon we'll be able to see each other face to face. But now let me introduce to you John Crane, Senior Vice President and CTO of ICANN. John is going to deliver a presentation on ICANN's comprehensive approach to mitigating domain name system abuse. John, welcome. So happy to see you. Over to you.
Thank you. Great to be here virtually. Wish I was there in person. And I've got an echo. Let me just see if I can do something about that. I'll live with it. And anyway, thank you for inviting me. I'm John Crane, Senior Vice President and Chief Technology Officer at ICANN. And I've been asked to come and talk a little bit about what ICANN is doing in the realm of DNS abuse. So any of you who are in the TLD industry or the domain name industry will know this, but ICANN operates under a set of fairly strict bylaws. A core element of our bylaws is that we are responsible for the security and stability of the domain name system, especially where it pertains to the generic TLDs. But one of the things that we don't do is deal with issues around regulating content. And you can see our bylaws at this link I've given here. I just wanted to say that up front. So at ICANN, we have a multifaceted response to DNS abuse. We basically look at this on three pillars. One is about expertise and contributing data. So I'll talk to some of the projects that we do in this area, but this is really about us being part of the community and part of the discussion about what is DNS abuse and how is it occurring. We also, through this, provide some tools, mainly data tools. And then the other side, the big side of what we do is also enforcing our contracts with the generic top-level domain administrators. So let's get into this a little bit. So within the context of ICANN and the contracts with the GTLDs, we've decided on 5 broad categories of harm. You should probably be familiar with these. Botnets, networks of compromised machines, basically, especially where they are used in a manner that they use domain names for their command and control systems. That is normally where we can take action in the DNS against a botnet. Malware, especially names used for dropping malware. Botnets are, of course, related to that because that's often how botnets come about. Farming, which is more to do with recursives than the actual registration of names, but sometimes names are used in farming for some of the infrastructure. Phishing. And then the 5th one is really a catch-all, which is because we don't generally deal with spam, as it's often a content issue, but we do deal with spam when it is a vector for any of the 4 above. So spam is not completely off the table. It is on the table when it is being used for the 4 above vectors. And as I said, we do not regulate content, nor do we have the ability to do that. We don't have relationships, for example, with the hosting providers, etc. So we have a series of projects. Many of you may be familiar with this one. It's been going on for many years now. The Domain Abuse Activity Reporting System. or DAR. What this does is it assembles reputational data about domain names. It uses a bunch of reputational block lists or RBLs, and we take all of those names in the RBLs. We look to see if they're actually resolving. So we take all of the zone files we can find, and if it's resolving, then we count it as a threat. If it's not resolving at the moment, then we consider it as not a live threat. We compile that data, do some number crunching, and we release monthly reports that basically look at the concentration of names with a bad reputation in each TLD. And we're going to start doing that for registrars in the generic space as well, now that we have access to some extra data. If you're a country code operator, you can also join the DAR project. Quite a few have. We give a slightly different product to the country codes because for each of them, we also give a internal monthly report that helps them see more of what we're seeing than what we say publicly. If you're interested in that as a ccTLD operator, just email globalsupport@icann.org. This is just one of the ways you can cut the data in that report that comes out of DAR. This is a percentage of domain names identified as a security threat in the reputation feeds over time. These are the 2012 and afterwards TLDs versus the ones that were prior to that in the generic space. The reason we cut it this way was because there was a fear that the newer names would have a much higher percentage of abuse than the older names. It turns out that the data shows that, in fact, they started lower and they've grown to be about the same. Here we're talking still about 0.25% of names in the zone. So it's still far below 1%. And that's the average. Many are much, much lower than that. We have a new project. We're not actually running this project. We are paying for it. And obviously we are managing the contracts on that. Dr. Maciej Korzinski works at the Grenoble Institute of Technology in France, and he is performing this research. The idea is to look at maliciously registered names, so the names that have been registered specifically for abuse, and to see if we can distinguish, or they can distinguish, particular drivers for that registration. Now, that could be many things. It could be the policy at the TLD, it could be pricing, or it could be something completely different. We don't know. The study has not been completed yet, and hopefully will be completed later this year. Once again, there's a URL in the slides. I will share them afterwards that points to this. So really, it's trying to figure out what is the preference of the attacker or the adversary who is registering the names for malicious purpose. We've done something a little similar at ICANN years ago where we paid an outside firm to do similar work. So we thought it was time to redo that. This should be really interesting because it will hopefully give us some insights as to whether things can be changed, either in operations or policy, that will basically make the bad guys go somewhere else. DNS sticker has been around for a little while. We started this when the pandemic broke out. I think we all remember COVID and the pandemic. It was 2 or 3 of our years where we spent time locked up in rooms very much like this one where I am now in my office. I think I spent 2 years here. This is basically looking at strings within names that may relate to a malicious activity. Often the bad guys will make use of any kind of event in the world to try and con people, to try and get often funds or to compromise them in such a way that they can drop malware. And they do this by registering names with strings like COVID help, or we can cure COVID, or names related to any of the various medicines that were out there for COVID. So what we did is we generated a list of thousands of strings related to the COVID pandemic in multiple languages and scripts. And where we found those in names that were resolving on the internet, mostly in the generic space, we would look at those. We would then go and look for indicators of abuse. Those could be reputation lists. Those could be known reporters. And then we would actually go out and gather the evidence. So we would do screenshots. We would collect data related to what was being dropped, what kind of malware, etc. And then we would forward a report to the registrar saying, we found this name. Here is evidence that it is being used in an abusive manner. Please take appropriate action. And what we found is that when we reported a name in that manner with good, solid evidence, registrars would actually take action. They would take the names down, or they would suspend them, but they would take appropriate action if you asked them with evidence. And we have a fairly high bar for our evidentiary standard, because as ICANN, we don't want to be sending out false positives on this. And we've had no reports of false positives over the few years we've been doing this. As I said, we also do a lot of capacity building. We are in multiple externals. I know of some of them, the anti-phishing working group, MORG, which deals with malware and messaging, FIRST, which is the International Forum for Incident Response Teams, and many, many other groups. So we participate in those groups not only as members and to learn, but also as participants, where we are trying to explain to people how the domain name industry works and why we've chosen specific abuse types and the kind of work that we do. And we also do capacity development and training on mitigating DNS abuse. We work with law enforcement around the world. We've done this in the US, we've done it in Europe, we've done it in Russia, we've done it in Asia. So we've given trainings all over the world to national law enforcement bodies, explaining to them how the DNS ecosystem works so that they can better take action with more knowledge about who to contact and what kind of evidence people often expect. And then there's also a course catalog available at icann.org/OXO. So beyond that, our third pier is really the contracts we have with generic TLDs. So in the last year, roughly a year, we've been collaborating with the GLT registries and registrar stakeholders at ICANN to see if we can make a tangible change to the contracts. If you read the current contract, what it basically says is that a registry or registrar must investigate and respond to any reports they get of DNS abuse in their portfolio. And after talking with the registries and the registrars, we thought it made more sense to tighten that up a little bit and to add the requirement to actually mitigate or disrupt that DNS abuse. So prior to these changes, or indeed today, because the changes are not yet voted on, the registry didn't have an obligation to mitigate the DNS abuse. This changes that. It's a small change in words. It's only really a paragraph or so added to the contract, if that actually, because it's mainly just changes to those paragraphs. But it's a big change in what all registries and registrars under ICANN contract must do. So we started negotiating in earnest in January of this year. And we wanted to make this as fast as we could because we didn't think this could wait for a long policy process. The discussion was basically that there are some things we can do in the contract now, and there are other things that are going to have to wait for policy discussion. But we thought this small change to the contract was something that we could do in a negotiation between the contracted parties and ICANN. You know, ICANN, the registries and registrars being the three people on the contract. It took us until May to get language, which in ICANN universe is lightning speed. These things normally take a long time. We did that by staying very focused on the narrow objective of adding mitigate and disrupt. And then in May, we actually published the amendments and asked for public comment. Now we've got those public comments that ended in July. At this moment, we are considering those comments along with the working group, which is part of the contracted parties house, to see if we need to make any amendments and finalize those. You can read all of the contracts at this URL. Once again, I will share the slides after this. But generally speaking, the comments we've got are, we got this right for the small change, but we must have those policy discussions about other elements. Now, some people said they wish we'd done those other elements within the negotiation, but I think that most people understand why we focused on the narrow focus and did not broaden it. One of the issues with policy development is if you try and solve every single problem, you actually end up solving none of them because the development process just takes so long. So we're hoping after we get past this, that we can have some smaller policy development discussions where we can take other bites of the apple, so to speak, and solve some other problems with the community. So the next thing that needs to happen is that this has to go to a vote, excuse me. So the registry operators will vote on their contract and the registrar operators will do the same for their agreement with ICANN. These need what we call a supermajority. We are very confident that the industry will vote in favor of this, but we do need to get everybody out to vote. So if you are an ICANN accredited registrar or a registry, please do look at these and please do vote. If you don't vote, it becomes a negative vote. So, you know, we'd like everybody to get out and vote, even if they're going to vote against it. We'd like to know that people are actually against it rather than just didn't vote. So please get out and vote. So the other side we do on this is the enforcement side. Obviously, once the contracts are changed, that will allow us to enforce on the obligation to take action to mitigate or disrupt. At the moment, it is on investigate and respond. And the enforcement can arise from pretty much anywhere. If we find evidence that a contracted party is not taking action, we can do based on that. But also we get a lot of reports. Now, the important thing here is a lot of the reports we get are from people complaining about abuse, but not providing evidence. If you read the contract changes, it's very clear that the contracted parties are going to be expected to take action on well-evident reports of DNS abuse. So sending them a name and just saying this is bad is, and if they don't do much with that, that would not be considered a abuse of the contract or a lack of compliance, because there is some onus on the people reporting to actually provide evidence of the badness. It's not good enough just to say something is bad. And our compliance team regularly publish metrics on the kind of reports they get. And you'll see that there's many thousands of reports come in, but not all of them are actually things they can take action on. So the other side of this is that as an organization, and I think most in the community, we believe that it's the community that is best positioned to determine what policy recommendations, if any, are needed to mitigate DNS abuse. So as we go into the next year and we start looking at what policy development processes are needed and who should be involved in those, really is a call to the community to please get involved in those efforts. Please join the ICANN meetings where these are being discussed, either in person or remotely, and express your views on what you believe needs to happen in the DNS abuse mitigation space. Because the comments we received on the contract amendments, many of them did say that while this is a great advancement and it's very important, that we need to do more. So I expect the next years will be years where we talk a lot about what are the different policies we can implement that will help prevent DNS abuse or to mitigate it. With that, it is the end of what I had on my slides, and I wanted to open it up for questions if that's okay. Thank you.
Do we have any questions from the floor, please? There aren't any questions. We can't see any.
Okay.
Oh, but we have. Oh, just wait a second. Okay, here's your microphone.
Hi, John. It's Anna, and I have one question. How we can get the information about email to whom? Registry manager, who will receive this? What you say us? Where we can put our voice, our agree or disagree. Of course, it will be agree, but.
So there is a link, I believe, in the slides, but if not, I will make sure to add it to the slide. You can also go to the ICANN.org website and look up DNS abuse amendments, but I will add something if it's not in the slides for you. If you are a registry or a registrar, you will be directly contacted with information on how to vote. And if you don't vote, then we will contact you again. So we will be spending a lot of effort on making sure that all of the registries and registrars are aware that they have this opportunity to vote. So I don't worry about missing it.
Afraid to miss it, this message.
Yeah, don't worry. We want everybody to vote. So if you miss it, somebody will phone you, email you. We need 90% of the registrars. So we need everybody to vote.
Thank you, John. Thank you.
Спасибо, Анна. Еще у нас есть вопрос.
Thank you, Anna. And we also have another question from Zoom, from Maxim. Well, it's not a question really, it's a remark, but I'm going to read it in English.
Might not be relevant now for us due to lack of trust. Average contract change usually takes 3-4 years. It was a question about DAAR, I believe.
Yeah, that was a statement, not really a question. And you know, these contract changes do normally take a long time, and that is why the contracted parties decided to focus on a very narrow change, because frankly, it takes too long, and people have been looking at the industry to take action for many years. And I have to say, it has been wonderful to see the industry step forward and make these changes. So hopefully we will get this done.
Я вижу, что вопросов больше нету, и, наверное...
Well, I can see that there aren't any further questions, so we will move on. So thank you for joining us again. So good to see you, as always.
Yes, thank you very much. And hopefully the next time I can get there in person. I just got off an aeroplane last night to get home. So thank you very much, everybody.
Спасибо. Ну, а мы...
Thank you.
У нас сейчас будет третья секция нашей конференции, посвященная безопасности.
Very well, and we are ready to move on to session 3, security on the internet. Pavel Kramtsov will be moderating. He is going to have several speakers online and several speakers offline. Pavel, will you do the introductions? Yes, our next session is security on the internet. We have 5 speakers. Well, actually, security on the internet, that theme deserves a conference of its own, and that's what usually people do. But in our case, please be seated. It's good to see you. But anyway.
Нет, ребят, давайте садитесь, не стесняйтесь.
No, guys, please take your seats. Don't be standing. Vanya, where are you? Is everyone here? And Alexander Venedyukhin is going to speak from afar. Now, there will be a zoo of different topics. One presentation will be an overview of security problems. There will be a much more narrow presentation on trusted NTP. Without further ado, we pass the floor to Vladimir Kuskov from Kaspersky Lab.
Да, добрый день всем. Рад быть на этой конференции.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a real honor to speak at this conference. I have a lot of slides, but we'll just run through them. I'll start with this general number, 400,000. This is how many malicious objects are detected by Kaspersky every day. This is the 2022 number. We expect this year this number to grow. In the first 6 months of 2023, we blocked more than 1.5 billion attacks that are web-related one way or another, and out of them, 462 million were malicious and potentially unwanted URLs. We protected 185 users from encryptors. From those who could have potentially lost money from their online bank accounts, and 110,000 users were protected from ransomware attacks. And this is our geography in Russia and the CIS. The number of our unique users that were attacked, who we protected, went up by almost 8%. We saw growth in other regions as well, but not as dramatic. This is the These are the industries. Retail is in the lead, government, IT, and professional services, the whole runner-ups. This is data from our incident response service. And the picture is similar to what you have already seen. Manufacturing is in the lead. In terms of vectors, the top three are shown on the slide: exploit public-facing apps, compromised accounts, and of course, malicious attaches in the email. This is what perpetrators use to attack companies. Here is another cross-section. Kaspersky managed detection and response statistics. Industrial, again, is in the lead. IT, government, finance, and others. Now, looking at the types of incidents that were identified, 8% of all reported incidents are very severe. In terms of techniques, it's account manipulation, exploitation of remote services, and abuse of valid accounts. Looking at the root causes of high severity incidents, about 27% are APTs, and the rest is split between some malware attacks and other vectors. Phishing and spam, about 42% of all emails around the world, according to our data, were spam. The Russian numbers are virtually the same. We blocked 31 million email attachments with our products. 312 attempts to follow phishing links were blocked. And what's interesting, more than 2 million attempts were made to hijack Telegram accounts. So be aware when you are receiving something Telegram related. To give you an example of phishing, here is a fake investment site backed by Elon Musk. Of course, it's not. It has nothing to do neither with Tesla nor with Elon Musk. You can lose money if you start investing via this site. Well, here is another one. It's a fake form to receive payment for children under 18. It imitates an error and leaves the victim to scan the provided QR code in the Telegram app. And if the victim does that, the Telegram account is hijacked. Vulnerabilities, that's very important. CVEs, you can see here the stable growth of common vulnerabilities and exposures. That's both, we're seeing an increase both in the total number of CVEs and also in the number of critical CVEs. This is the chart that's based on the cve.mitre.org data. That's international statistics, not just ours. And this is our statistics for the second quarter of 2023. You can see that most actively exploited vulnerabilities are Office apps, then browsers, Java, Android, and others. What's interesting is the most actively exploited vulnerabilities are dated 2017. So you would expect them to have been closed since then, but no, people never install patches. Another interesting vulnerability, it's a group of vulnerabilities really, it's a movie IT transfer, software-related CVE. Clop ransomware gang attacked a huge number of organizations, almost 1,000 organizations were affected. Speaking about ransomware, I don't know, maybe you know it, I didn't know it, but most ransomware criminals have blogs in the dark net, and you can analyze their publications where they boast about how much money they managed to incite from those who they attacked. And we can see that in the first 8 months of the year, we have seen almost the same number of posts that were published back in 2022. These are the most active publishers, if you will. Lockbit has most of the publications, then Club, My Society, Blockbuster, Black Cat, and the 36 are others. They are split between other ransomware gangs. As to the methods that ransomware attackers use to penetrate organizations, they exploit vulnerabilities in the apps facing the internet, public-facing apps. Then they also use compromised accounts, stolen accounts, and also they use malicious emails. One vector that's especially popular in Russia and the CIS is using accounts to MTP, remote access services, and brute forcing passwords. Last year, we published a detailed report on the techniques and tactics used by ransomware gangs and means to counter these methods. One other attack vector that's been known for a long while, but that's becoming popular these days, is the so-called supply chain attacks. These are the cases from this year, I think, or maybe last year as well. 3CX supply chain attack was used to distribute malware. We're looking at dozens, really, if not hundreds, of supply chain attack cases this year. Also, in the last, say, 12 to 24 months, we have seen an increase in the number of open source software attacks. All the large vendors, developers, they use open source one way or another because it's convenient. You don't need to invent a bicycle, but open source is associated with risks. More than 35,000 open source packages are known to be vulnerable, and more than 4,500 open source codes are also known to be vulnerable. One topic before last in my presentation is data leaks. This is Russian data, but it's very informative. Last year, we recorded 168 data leaks. More than 2 billion data rows leaked. This is not unique data, obviously. So it's again, these are data rows, not people. And 47 million linked data records contained passwords. As to distribution over the year, maybe you can correlate that with the news. And last thing, to finish off my presentation, is the so-called operation triangulation. There was a series of attacks on the employees of our company. They were attacked through the Apple iPhones. The so-called zero-day vulnerabilities in iPhones were used to deliver spyware, stealing data from various sources, including messengers and photos. We made several publications, and the QR codes on this slide will lead you to these posts. We used Cuman CM to identify the vulnerability and to detect connections to untrusted domains. That's it from me, and thank you for your attention. If you have any questions, I can answer them. Vadim Mikhailov from ccTLD.ru. Do you have the statistics, or even if you don't, can you make an educated guess how often IDNs are used in attacks? No, I will not be able to give you numbers, but I can find it out. I need to ask my colleagues. I know that IDNs are used in attacks. Okay. What's the most favorite zone? Maybe you know this, at least in our region. Well, it depends. It depends. It depends on the region. It depends on the region. .com is used. .ru is used. All zones are used.
Иначе. А вот com, org, там нам сложнее.
It's easier for us to clean out .ru, but not .com and .org. It's on another side from you, right? Okay, any further questions? I have a question. You mentioned 100,000 threats. What's threat? What's a threat? Well, some malicious file, software, but usually it's a malicious file. 400,000 malicious files, harmful files, are detected every day. That's how you can rephrase it. And also, you also mentioned trusted and untrusted domains. What are they? Well, every security vendor has a reputation system. They have, I don't know, Topalexa, if you know what I mean. We have our own reputation system that's based on how popular the domains are. They're based on machine learning. So it's a comprehensive issue, really, and requires a complex approach. And we designed our own methodology to determine which domains are to be trusted and which are not. Do you share this information with the Coordination Center? Well, of course we do. Very well. Any other questions? If not, then thank you so much. And we can give the floor now to Alexander Varaskov, right? Well, if Alexander is online. Hello, can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you. Just a second then, I'm going to share my slides. Well, I hope you can see the picture. Today, I will go quickly through the trends and key features of phishing this year. It will be a short presentation. We just don't have time to go into all of the details. There are lots of exciting stuff happening around. But again, the time wouldn't permit me to cover everything. So let's just look at the highlights. Let's start with phishing dynamics. In the last 10 years, phishing was developing in an evolutionary way, not through a revolution. Social engineering, still social engineering, however, the engines are changing and everything that's under the trunk is changing, and also the criminals respond quickly to the social environment. And in my presentations, I always refer to the recent events that were abused by the criminals. So the first trend of the last several years in phishing is maximum automation, and it applies to everything, really, from the process of domain name registration to the generation of phishing links, to interaction with the victim, and to withdrawal of stolen money. The service model is becoming popular in phishing. Marketplace frauds used to use this model very actively, but now it's gone beyond the marketplace media, and now the same service model is offered to hijack accounts. It's something that became popular a year ago and is still popular today. Several other attacks are also following the same model. And for me, as a scholar of this phenomenon, I see that there are fewer and fewer inventors in the market, innovators, people who are still creative. Actually, the market is now being shared between big criminal gangs or groups that streamline their processes, standardize the tools that they're using. Another important trend is stealth. Not everything, but one half, perhaps, of the phishing sites that my colleagues and I detect use obfuscation methods. In a classical scenario, a link is generated, an individual link is generated for every potential victim. Again, it's a technique that proved itself in the attacks on marketplace users. A Telegram bot would generate a phishing page specifically for the user. The link will be valid for a certain period of time. As soon as it expires, well, it stops working. So if you click this link after it expires, it will be redirected to a popular website or to a search engine, or and this link that the victim stored will not be active. But still, you can find these resources, and it drives us to improve our own methods of phishing detection. In addition to individual links, other options are available. For instance, the potential victim's data is analyzed. And this data includes screen resolution, behavioral analysis, operating system version, and other data that can be collected. For instance, whether the user actually clicked on a specific link or not.
Доменов, которые никак не связаны с брендом, который
The third trend here, which is related to the previous one, is the use of domains not associated with a specific brand. Many domains are generated automatically, and in the phishing attacks, either individual isolated domains are used. They're just letter and number combinations. Well, actually, in the recent attacks targeting messenger users, dynamic strings were used. This actually makes the whole scheme more stable. Even if several strings are blocked, the chain will stay active. It's just the redirect order will change. And of course, such strings are more difficult to detect, although that's not impossible. To go back to item 1, actually, maximum automation. As I was saying, everything is progressing towards automation and technical complexity. However, there are some exceptions to the rule. Alongside automation, we see an increase in the use of combined data processing to get access to the bank customer profile or to a messenger account. What is done is the victim goes to a website, enters the data goes to a Telegram bot. On the other side of it, there is a real criminal, a live person, who is processing everything manually and enters the data, say, on the bank website. It turns out that by doing this, when attacking customers of banks, the criminals are able to avoid two-tier identification or two-factor authorization. Item 4 is decrease in the use of internet acquiring.
Сайтах, если еще 3-4 года назад
3 or 4 years ago, when analyzing a fake bank website or a fake e-commerce site or a website that offers some payout or a subsidy, the victim would enter the credit card data and the money would be withdrawn from the card, sometimes several times through a paid subscription. Now things have changed. Today, the emphasis is on obtaining access to the customer's profile, say on the bank's website. And when the victim shares their personal data and the bank card data, the manuals will try to log in manually into the bank's website.
Имитируя бурную деятельность, имитируя процесс обработки информации, все ради того, чтобы человек вел...
So that the criminals would keep the victims busy by imitating some activity on the bank website, making or forcing the victim to enter the second authorization factor. And the fifth trend is the inflow of low-skilled personnel into the industry. This all happened because of the development of the service model. We have a team of attackers who develop high-tech tools, and then they would rent them out to anyone willing. So the model was also tested in marketplaces, but now it's gone beyond that. And as a result, phishing attacks are becoming large scale. They are becoming massive. Here are the top 6 non-targeted phishing attacks in 2023. Why top 6? Well, I don't know, just because they are the pillars on which everything else rests. There is much change compared to 2022. What's new is hacking Telegram.
Взламывают и WhatsApp.
WhatsApp is also being under a lot of pressure in recent months. Everything else pretty stable, no revolutions again. Bank phishing is a good old tradition. Fake banks that have existed for decades, fake investment platforms, we'll go back to them later. My colleague from the Kaspersky Lab mentioned one such example in his talk. Again, revolutions almost never happen in this field, but phishing is constantly evolving. Phishing scammers use various events to perpetrate attacks. When Meta launched its new social media, more than 2,500 domains appeared online within 5 days after the announcements, exploiting threats. We did our analysis, and you can see that almost a quarter of these domains were associated with crypto investment fraud. 13% of them were fake apps for the new social network. Here you can see an example of the website that offers to download the Threads app, but in fact what you are downloading is a malicious software, then services to followers, sale of advertising, and 3% of classical cyber squatting. you can see that people registered domains hoping to be able to sell them at a profit later. 5 days, 2,500 domains. Okay, another story. Phishing as a tool to commit other attacks, an instrument of a different kind of crime. In particular, phishing lately has been used by phone scammers. They call people pretending to be law enforcement agents or central bank employees. And sometimes people do have their doubts whether they're indeed talking to someone from the police or from the central bank. And in order to dispel this doubt, you can see here the screenshots of resources that were published this year. And the first website is, so basically how it works. If the person trusts someone who is calling, the caller says, okay, we're going to send you a private link to a website where you can test the information that I'm sharing with you right now, and particularly can get a confirmation that I am indeed a member of the police force. A similar website was developed for the State Bank of the Russian Federation, and if you go to the correct website, obviously you will not be able to find that person there, but if you follow the link that the caller sends you and enter the code, then the called person will be able to get a full dossier, a file on the caller, basically posing as a central bank employee. So we have recorded up to several similar resources like this appearing every week. Then there are fake websites of different gaming platforms and gamers platforms. Gaming has long been an attraction for the criminals. Attackers hijack accounts because accounts can be sold for real money, and a good and rich account can be busted. You can sell it out. You can sell the account in the black market. So over here, you can see examples of 6 websites that are using the same template. It's just that the names of the network games are different. Well, the websites pose as places where you can trade game currency or other assets, but in fact, they just hijack the profiles or all the assets from the profiles. We have seen some decline in the number of those attacks last year, but already by spring, this market recovered, and the threat level is stable and is very high. Next, my favorite fake investment platforms. My colleague from the Kaspersky lab mentioned it. Why is it my favorite vector? Well, in the last 8 years, that's since the time that these platforms emerged, I started my collection of templates. So what you would usually get on a fake investment platform is a face of a celebrity, especially Elon Musk. Elon Musk has always been a favorite. Then Pavel Durov. Terran as well, yeah, people from oil and gas. The whole, initiative started when the rumor went out that Russian residents can now trade oil and gas as private investors. So, I mean, you can now invest into Tesla, you can, Russian defense industry, you can make investment into the Russian defense industry, into special R&D for the Russian Defense Ministry. We detect at least 60, maybe 70 new platforms like this every day. There are about 5 to 6 templates that criminals use. Over here, you can see three templates really out of these 4 examples. So basically, we are talking about fake cryptocurrency platforms. People are lured to them. People are asked to leave their contact details, and a personal financial advisor contacts the victim. And as a result, this advisor manages to persuade the victim to install an app to conduct transactions, and then gains remote control of this app. Another trend that I have already mentioned is my Telegram account hijacking. This wave started last year. It peaked around New Year. Then it went down, and then sometime from April, we have seen a growth in the number of attacks on Telegram. Phishing resources are created by thousands. The wrapper changes all the time, though. Today, what's trending today is subscriptions to various music services, then different payouts, and also voting, like to vote for a kid's drawing, for instance. You are invited to vote for a kid's drawing. So kids drawing are ever popular.
Используется еще и тематика благотворительности.
And charity. Charity is also often abused, collecting money to sponsor treatment. And Telegram is presumably used to verify the account. So eventually, you are invited to enter your data, and then you will lose access to your Telegram account. Next, fake resellers. And fake e-shops. E-shops that sell everything. After the pandemic, they flourished. They bloomed. But then somehow later, their popularity dwindled. And compared to other phishing attacks, we had fewer of those fake resellers around 2021, 2022. But then in 2023, they were revived. You can see here is the same template. It's just that the brand name that's different. Every day in the Russian segment, somewhere between 5 to 20 new fake resellers or e-shops appear. One question that I hear quite often is how do you distinguish a fake reseller from a real one? And I can never give you a precise answer. There is no silver bullet. There isn't one criterion that will help you to understand that you are looking at a fake. Well, I'm trained in this. I'm experienced, and by just looking at the page, I can guess whether it's a fake or a real store. But if it's your first time encountering this phenomenon, it can be quite confusing. And the growing number of those resources is a testimony to the fact that they are stable, they're growing, they're generating profit.
Криминальными схемами, связанными с фишингом.
And phishing criminals and groups in recent months are switching between activities. The groups that used to conduct fraud at marketplaces, they suddenly switch to fake e-stores. They start creating those fake websites and register domains by hundreds. So right now, I don't see any reason for the number of these resources to diminish. And in conclusion, I wanted to give one more example of how a popular information event can be abused. Neural networks and AI are trending. There are lots of new resources all the time emerging. Some of these resources are malicious, evidently malicious. There are websites that offer you to buy an account, to invest into the R&D of neural networks, to get access to some unique services or services that are not accessible to the residents of Russia. And then there are also some very funny cases, like what you're looking at to the right on the screen. You can see here dialogue, a correspondence with a fake Telegram bot that posed as GigaChat by Sber, which was not launched yet at that time. So people who designed this bot were pretty creative. They made an impression that they are really talking to GigaChat, but the artificial intelligence itself proved to be quite naive, and it was easy. You don't see all of the dialogue here. It was quite easy to know it for what it is. Actually, at one point, in the replies, you can read that it has nothing to do with GigaChat. Is based on ChatGPT, Open and AI. So I liked this example because the bot, the neural network, proved to be so naive, much less sophisticated than its own designers. And finally, an unexpected surprise that I came across this year as I was investigating a phishing attack that affected more than 30 Russian brands. We noticed that random generated domain chains were used in the attack. And most of these domains were in that top domain area. So I looked at which that top domains were registered in May 2023. I found out that about 126,000 domains were registered in that top. Then I filtered these domain names. I removed the domain names that use Chinese hieroglyphs. I removed from the list the names that actually made sense. And I was left with 120,000 domains, all of which had indicators of being automatically generated. So they were generated by the same script. We analyzed these domains and we found that these top randomly generated domains were used for phishing. And also they were used to address online casinos and other dubious websites. So here is a domain zone. There is a set of domains registered in just 1 month, and it turns out that 95% of those domains were used for harmful purposes. And as to automatic registration of domains, certain African domain areas became popular because you could register a domain names free of charge. You can register them in batches by automating the script. And that's why these domains are actively used in the automated phishing attacks that I spoke about in the beginning. Domains are registered by a script, and the criminals are, sitting on the couch and count money. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we are running out of time. Oh, you're finished. Okay, very well. Any questions?
Вот как раз Вадим Михайлов, Координационный центр, вот как раз по последнему.
Vadim Mikhailov from the Coordination Center. On your last slide, did you communicate with that top registry or registrars, those who actually registered all these domains, or nothing was done? No, we are in communication with them. That top is a Chinese zone. Therefore, things aren't proceeding as fast as we would prefer. So again, performance or efficiency is not like 100%, but still the domains are being undelegated. So the difficulty is that the domains are used in the redirect chains. So you have to log everything. You have to protocol everything, and communicate that to the registry registrar and explain why they need to block those chains.
Я бы вот какой вопрос хотела задать. У нас в августе была...
So I would like to ask a question. In August, we experienced an attack on the personal account of one of our registrars. So one account was hacked, and then the criminals did something curious. I understand that maybe you can explain it to me. They started changing DNS, and then they started changing addresses, substituting addresses. What's the point? Well, what do you mean? They substituted records? Well, we don't know how they gained access to the profile, to the personal account, but having obtained access to the account, they started changing the DNS. But why? To undelegate? Oh, well, actually, if I understand your question correctly, then this is quite a popular attack.
Того клиента, в личный кабинет которого они получили доступ.
So they get access to this customer profile, and they change DNS records, and they do it for various purposes. They do it to disseminate malware, or to control a botnet, or to phishing, for phishing. It's something that we detect quite often. a legitimate domain is abused, a legitimate domain with good history, the owner of the domain loses access to the domain, and then the domain will redirect you to a different website containing efficient content. Redirection. Oh, redirection, yes. Again, that's quite popular. Ani, we're really out of time. Sorry. No, this is a well-known scenario. One registrant has many domains, for instance, then I can set up a botnet. I will send my NSs there, but the IPs will be mine. You are no longer in control of the zone, you see? Oh, I see, Alexander. Thank you, Pavel. Well, unfortunately, I'll have to stop the Q&A session because we're really behind the schedule. Our next speaker is Artyom Izbankov. Artyom? Hello, colleagues. Welcome to Petrozavodsk. Today, the topic of my presentation is DDoS, the good old DDoS. However, even DDoS is evolving. There are new tactics emerging. Let me introduce myself. My name is Artyom Izbankov, and I design DDoS security solutions for more than 10 years. I've been protecting data centers, hosters, be corporate clients. I have many cases to share. I can talk at length about DDoS trends. I work at ENG Center. We are one of the biggest CDN providers in Russia and CIS. We have a trunk network, 10 terabit network in Russia and the CIS. We provide security to gaming platforms and also to the government agencies. So again, a lot of experience, as you can tell. DDoS attacks, I mean, you have at least heard about a DDoS attack, but I know the time is running out. Still, what is a DDoS attack? The question is not what it is, but what is its purpose? The purpose or the objective of a DDoS attack is they want you to be receiving denial of service, for the website to deny service to you, for the web infrastructure to deny service to you, and as to how this can be achieved through special tools, through botnet. It doesn't matter. The main idea is for the website to go down, the infrastructure to stop servicing clients, business processes to be interrupted. There are attacks that are aiming to interrupt business processes, workflows. In fact, one of our cases is a botnet was created. Client data was stolen, and a freight forwarder was attacked. The freight forwarder started receiving an incredible number of orders for deliveries from one side of the country to another. So, and the whole business stopped, really. They couldn't manage this inflow of orders. Or another example, for instance, I'd like to buy a phone. There are 3 people in line before me, and then 1 million people flood the electronic shop. And this is a DDoS attack, basically, because you can't be serviced because of all these 1 million people in the store. Anyway, for a registrar or for a hosting company for a business, DDoS attack is dangerous. I mean, think about your infrastructure. If you have your own experience, you don't need explaining. And as soon as you experience DDoS attack, it teaches you to buy appropriate infrastructure, to buy and install solutions. If you never had this experience, probably you will not be investing into this protection. And usually what you hear from these people is, well, we thought we will never be affected. Well, no, you will never be able to avoid this trouble. So suddenly your whole infrastructure stops, and the most dangerous thing for hosters, for businesses, servicing clients, facing clients, is that their reputation suffers. But the SLAs are also breached. It means that you will have to settle this issue financially with your clients. I mean, you have to account for the DDoS risk. You will never be able to get a perfect protection. If you have just 5 minutes of an hour, but you will not be able to do much if you haven't thought about it beforehand. If the criminals are paid to attack you, you will never be able to do or to protect with just, I don't know, application security solutions. Sometimes you hear also from the colleagues that it's very easy to protect from a DDoS. No, you can't. And there are 3 types of DDoS attacks. The first one is channel congestion or link congestion. This is or link overflow. This is when the criminals are generating traffic that exceeds the capacity or the broadband of your channel. Your clients can be attacked, and then you will be attacked indirectly. Your infrastructure can be taken down, or the provider uplink can suffer. Sometimes we would lose whole regions and data centers because the customers of these data centers were under an attack. So again, a lot of traffic. Another one, and it's one of the current trends. The second type of attacks is networking equipment attacks. So small packets are generated, not big ones, small packets, but still your networking equipment can't handle it. Juniper, Cisco, other high-class hardware with their own ASICs will be able to handle those packets, but the perpetrators generate hundreds of millions of those packets. Routing equipment hardware stops working. They are not delivering the packets to the addressees. So they are small, but they are multiple. We are talking about hundreds of millions and even billions of those tiny packets. And the third type of an attack is an application failure or a service failure. Usually we're looking at web app attacks. They are often under an attack, and also DNS. You can generate a valid request or request to your server to resolve a domain area that belongs to it, a valid request and a valid packet, but then the packets are doubled and lots of them are sent to the DNS server. So it's very difficult to protect from them. This is an application level attack that targets a specific application. Today, the world is split apart, before the 24th of February and after the 24th, we live now in the First World Cyber War. And activists, the IT army of Ukraine, are fighting in this war. Of course, we knew about hacktivists before, and some hacktivists are driven by their political beliefs. Why hacktivists are so threatening? In the past, attackers were motivated with money primarily when competitors would pay hacktivists to take their competition down. But about 60% of all attacks happening in Russia, they are motivated by political beliefs. There is the so-called IT army of Ukraine. It emerged almost instantly. They upgraded their software. They had their highs and lows, but now they are switching to regional companies as targets of their attacks because the national companies and authorities managed to improve their security. So they are threatening banks, cargo carriers, payment systems. We had several cases. Some of them were even covered by mass media. Now, the trends in 2023. Well, application layer attacks. In the past, they were maybe 10, maybe 15% of all attacks, and they were growing slowly. But when hacktivism came on the stage, the number of application level attacks has surged, and now there are many vector type attacks, the ones that are generated to overflow the link, the channel, and also at the same time, an application attack is conducted around February or March this year. Activists realized that not only applications need to be under attack, but also DNS servers. And if the companies have their own DNS server, if the zone is inside the corporation, then they find out about this DNS server and they attack it. This is not an application layer attack. They would commit a congestion type of attack. So if the attack is successful, all zones are taken down, and you don't even need to DDoS the website because it will be down anyway. Domain registrars were their targets at one point. So now we see a lot of attacks on DNS servers. Botnets. In 2023, we registered 1.2 terabit and 500 million packets per second. This attack was quite interesting. It was not your regular attack. There is a hit and run attack, for instance, when you start it and there is a surge in traffic and it lasts for 5 seconds. This attack lasted for 10 days. The problem is the companies providing DDoS security, like the top 3 telecom providers, they have certain agreements with the operators on the bursts, on the CLAs. So we repelled this attack. We had the capacity, but we were impressed that it lasted not for 10 minutes, not for 10 hours, but for a whole 10 days. Why? Well, actually, botnets, much of the botnets originated from Russia, and today DDoS is so monetized, it's no longer profitable to code your own attack and distribute the malware. What they did is there is a lot of cloud hosting now, so you can basically it's a one-stop shop, right? You can get virtual machines everywhere in the world, and you can pay only for consumption by the rate of use. So what they do is they lease a lot of computing power. They fully pay for it, and they sell it together with the software. So when necessary, the software is initiated, the attack is generated, and then the attack goes down. It's switched off. And they attack a lot of servers in Russia, and geofiltering doesn't help actually to prevent this. I work now with the Ministry of Telecom, the Department of Security. We developed, we drafted new hosting security protocols, and soon they will be presented. It's very important. It will help hosting capacities to be protected from DDoS and other attacks. We had this huge attack in Novosibirsk. I called the director of this company. They couldn't do anything about the botnet that they had because there weren't any regulations prescribing to them what they should be doing. And we offer comprehensive protection. Some companies believe that it's enough to protect the website from DDoS. And yes, you can enable it within 15 minutes, but it's not enough. You have to protect your infrastructure and communication channels. You have to talk to telecom operators and DDoS services. You connect to them via BGP and make announcements. The network via them. And this is how you protect your perimeter, and then you protect web applications specifically. And again, here there are several stages. There is an anti-DOS, anti-bot, anti-hacking protection. The important thing is you understand that there should be protection of their channels, like DNS. you can only protect DNS if you protect your channels. And interesting cases, little time, 2 cases. I knew there would be little time, so cases. Again, if you would like to hear more cases, find me during the coffee break, or I can research your infrastructure and make recommendations as to what you can improve. So here's a data center, government data center that was located in one of the Russian regions. After February 24, they were under an attack. They enabled the protection from one telecom operator, and they thought that would be enough. The attacks went, well, they stopped, and then the minister of this region came to the data center. They performed data center and a stress test, and they showed we showed to the minister how you can disconnect everything, disrupt, and bring everything down. It's just one phone in the hacker's hand. So in this case, the problem was that this data center had just one link, one channel. It was using white IP addresses, and this enabled the attack. And one other national domain registrar, no names. Here, it was a multi-vector attack. It was a well-prepared attack. It was set up by hackers, not activists. It was an application layer attack. These were web applications, and they also attacked a DNS service with prepared valid packets. Even if they had 100, 200 zones, it would be more difficult for the hackers to carry out this attack. So what we did, we installed monitoring and detection. There are now traffic analyzers operating at the registrar. They look for anomalies inside and outside of the network.
Заворачивать трафик на очистку, не заворачивать. Много разных вариантов. Поставили очистители внутрь, настроили...
We also installed traffic filtering.
Риск менеджмент по поводу... Отработали все...
We wrote down the policies and risk management policies too. When protecting from DDoS, one of the key rules is not just to have good equipment and service, but to have good support, because you don't have DDoS today, but you might have it tomorrow. You call a support line. Can you open a ticket? Yes, we can. It's been a day. Okay, after one day, you receive a message from them, so your ticket is now recorded. No, DDoS is here and now. You should be able to get in touch with the leading engineers and to get them online. I mean, if automatic solution doesn't work, and actually automatic solutions will not be able to provide you with 100% foolproof protection. You need to get you often need to get people involved. I'm now developing and patenting a neural network that detects and repels DDoS attacks. It's smarter than simple automation, but still you need analysts, you need engineers on your side. The criminals change their tactics all the time. It's important to be ahead of them. Neural networks can help you, but still you need analysts, you need people on duty who will be able to take a question here and now and get back with an answer within, like, say, 15 minutes. That's it. Just one question, okay? We can take one question. But please don't ask which registrar was on the slide one before last. Zhenya? Hi, my name is Evgeny Kuskevich. I'm from Data.su. You said that many attacks originate from inside Russia. What is the percentage? And how do you determine the origin? Okay, there are different pieces of software. They the hacktivists use a database of proxy servers around the world. In this database, when targets are updated, the proxies database is uploaded again. And if you look at the trends, about 50-60% are proxies from Russia. So that's one thing. As to geolocation, we use OffMind. We have Edge IM company in Armenia. We've got MaxMind, and we use it to determine the origin, the geography of the attackers. Okay, if there is time left, I will let people ask more questions. Now the floor goes to Alexander Venetyukhin, protocols, tunnels, and the rest. Sasha, can you hear me? Certainly. Very well. Here are my slides. Once again, please let me know if you can see the slides. No, we can see the menu on your screen. You need to remove it. When you are sharing the slides, please share not the screen, but share the presentation. Where do I do it? When you go to share to the share function, please select screen share. Okay, I click share screen. And no, you need to select PowerPoint. We can still see the menu. We can see the Zoom menu on your screen. Let's just move it somewhere. Okay. That's okay. Well, I only see the presentation itself. We can see you on the screen. That's all right. Everything is fine. But there is one more question to the previous speaker. A small DDoS attack is about 30%. I mean, you can disrupt 20-30% of small and medium business. You can relaunch it like basically free of charge. And the school kids, they do it. I mean, school kids are people who know little about DDoS. And as to the I mean, a good DDoS attack can be $1,000 and up. I mean, you can penetrate through any protection. You can do it, especially with applications at the time when the SWOT service is sleeping, for instance. We did stress testing of virtually all of the domestic DDoS protection services, and the results are not satisfactory. Well, it's wonderful that our country has a lot of domestic services, and we are standing against the Ukraine IT army. So once again, $1,000, $10,000 per attack. I mean, that's not expensive. It depends on what the objective is. What's the purpose of this attack? There's a question about CDNs, actually. CDNs, content delivery networks, cannot be DDoSed, basically. It's a geo-distributed network. There are individual instances around Russia to cleanse traffic is what we use. We use the same approach. So the static content, no, it's not DDoSed. A dynamic traffic is DDoSed. When you DDoS a CDN, the static traffic is delivered from the provider's nodes, not from the backend. So the difference is in the static versus dynamic traffic. Alexander, are you ready? Well, yes, I've been ready for a while. I don't know if you can hear me. Yes, loud and clear. Okay, you can see the slides very well. So the presentation is on protocols and tunnels and address space. However, the presentation is of philosophical nature. Why tunnels? Because today tunnels are indispensable elements of many new protocols. The novelty is that in the past the users knew little about it, but today the users are quite familiar with VPNs and stuff. So today it's a very important element of everyday life. From the IP perspective, it turns out that things change. The protocols of different levels intersect, and the logic is confounded. I will not explain what's written on this page because that's historic data. The modern state of affairs is looking more or less like this, what I'm showing you now on this slide. There are protocols over other protocols, and on top of other protocols, TSO over HTTPS is a good example. It's like DNS, but it's not in fact DNS, not truly, and it operates via HTTPS and DNS and the HTTP. So it's there are so many add-ons and top-ups that everyone is confused. Very often, the nodes are still identified on the side of the user or the client and on the side of the server. A specific server continues to be to identify using IP, but since at the level of an application, there is a spaghetti of protocols. In fact, not much we will be able to identify both ways using IP. And the channel node, I mean, this will no longer be a relevant or analyzable structure. I will probably not dwell on encrypted client hello, which is actually a good example of what I'm trying to explain here. But if you, this is, you have a regular user with a mobile phone, and this is how people access the internet. So there's the last mile provider, there's NAT and DNS of this provider, and to the right, I should have drawn a big cloud, but I think it requires no drawing. So there's a NAT, and there's an IP address, and the user accesses some web services in the big internet to get the data. But now things are much more complicated. This is how they would usually look like in reality, because this user now has at least one VPN, often several VPNs. The VPN configures different routes for different destinations, depending on which server's IP address it plans to access. It can take a different route. There is a NAT, and there is a NAT of the provider to connect to the VPN. The VPN has its own net. There is some other address translation. It may have its own DNS. There may be an additional DNS, Google Public DNS as a service. So, and authoritative servers are not included onto the picture. In addition to the application layer, there might be a fronting as well. And this is where we find encrypted client hello that I will not describe in detail. The issue is all of this is the result of our view of names and addresses. DNS emerged, as you probably know, so that one tier, a peer, the set of addresses could be united through a symbol name. And then after a while, after several years, a tool to protect traffic was devised. And at that time, it was known as SSL. Now it's known as TLS. So it has a TLS certificate or a SSL certificates that are issued to a DNS names. So it turned out that for the client to connect to a web node under a certain domain name, the web node needs to have a dedicated IP address on the server. Otherwise, the server will not know which certificate to display. If there are several web servers, different names, different certificates, this problem was overcome by adding to the encrypted TLS an open field with the name of the server. And as a result, we now have DNS over TLS technology. It protects DNS, but historically, the idea was to conceal the users, the names that the user accesses. You can encrypt that in TLS, but since they are translated via DNS, then let's obfuscate access via DNS. So that the names do not leak. So that's, again, just one example of how such technologies evolve. ECH, in a nutshell, is a technology of TLS inside TLS. There is an entry node that proxies traffic to a hidden server. The server is not seen from outside, but when you are connecting to it, you need to have keys and other parameters, and you get them from DNS. So hence this scheme, which logically is a tunnel itself, since DNS contains parameters, and the parameters are taken from DNS, that access should also be protected. So another logical step would be, let's hide it all in one application. Let's have a browser that will use its own DNS, and it will be so proprietary that it will be running by its own provider and access provider, not a local. We are not going to use any local resolving. So potentially, we are looking at segmentation of the internet, not only by addresses, but also at the level of applications, when there will be, an internet bearing the name of a CDN provider or bearing the name of a browser. And did you remember AOL, American Online, all these services, even before web, actually? IP. As to how this affects IP, well, there is a superimposition on an overlay of paths. When we didn't have VPNs, the client of the last mile takes a known route. First, you find out the web node address, and you connect to the web node, and you can expect that the web node and the DNS, if they're somewhere close, the connection packets will arrive by the same route, more or less. Here, the circles are autonomous systems, well, basically. And obviously, if there is a VPN or another tunnel that exits somewhere else entirely, then the customer will be reaching web via different AS, taking a different route, which is not a problem in itself. It's just that we don't know how to geographically associate it. But in practice, it becomes peculiar. A VPN customer has HTTP traffic. It's not HTTP really, but some addresses are accessed via VPN, but DNS is still from the provider. So the the DNS will be from one provider, from one geography, and the resolved IP will show a different region. As a result, the effects are quite peculiar. If it's an Anycast-based service, the service may even be using Anycast without knowing it subconsciously because it's hosted in the cloud provider with a cloud provider, and it could still be Anycast. It becomes even more exciting because the user's DNS can be part of a specialized resolving service. In the past, it was a sign of an advanced and a skilled user, but now even unskilled users know about it and they try to do something like that. Or in the context of previous presentation, it may be a Trojan that sends receives some DNS and lets other DNS go by. The resolving latency, for instance, in one case it will be 30 milliseconds, but if it's the same client, but it goes to web, the latency will be much longer. It can be 10 times longer. As a result, statistics will be affected, and we'll have to find explanations for these anomalies in statistics. So here is a fictional website that the user accesses. A user accesses the website via browser, and this is how the website could be accessed. So the page code was received from the web server, and the user enters or comes with one IP, the IP of the user, and then on this website you have to log into some additional services using some outside server, and you access this service using VPN, so it will be a different IP. And then some files, I don't know, maybe you will be gathering them from some CDNs that you will be accessing by a third route. It's less likely, but it's still possible. So 3 different IPs on a single website. For many years, we were not surprised if a web server website would have many IP addresses, 10 different IP addresses. Not an issue, not a big surprise. But now the situation is reversed, and in the context of just one page, very quickly, a real user comes to the website, and the same user has different IP addresses. It's not a bot, it's nothing. It's a regular user. So if anything is changing, that's what's changing. You want to measure something via web, like the speed of access, for instance. In order to collect these measurements, you have to share JavaScript code, a primer, with the user. It would generate the relevant queries in the user's browser. But this primer was received using one IP address, but the servers that actually do the measurements will be accessed with a different IP address. You have to take into account that potentiality. Cookies, well, you may not necessarily see them, but it's a phenomenon that used to be pretty exotic in the past. These are my comments. basically, from the BGP perspective, there is another level of mixing or scrambling. Well, actually, two levels, additional levels of mixing. IP addresses that are used all the time for configuring somewhere you need to block something, something you need to access a blocked resource. So IP addresses, this because of them, it will be difficult to analyze, to measure anything using IP these days. Here I'm offering links if you want to learn more on this topic. There is an article on encrypted client hello at the TCI website, and IDB is our website. There you can find more papers on autonomous systems and other studies. I guess I will finish here. Very well. Again, we don't have any time for questions. We'll only 1 minute left. Oh, we have only 1 minute left. Okay, can you make it within 1 minute?
Здравствуйте, коллеги. Меня зовут Иван Власов.
Hello, colleagues. My name is Ivan Vlasov. I'm at MSKIX. I'm in charge of various infrastructure services, including DNS. Today, I'm going to talk about trusted NTP as a network security factor. I'm going to talk fast because I've got many slides. NTP, as you know, NTP is Network Time Protocol. It's one of the oldest protocols online. It was devised in 1985, and then it survived 4 revisions. Our current version is version 4. There is so-called next generation, the NTP that comes together with TLS. There is no NTP version 5. Maybe it will exist in the future, but it doesn't exist now. Now, in your infrastructure, what affects time? What affects clock? Network boxes, crypto gateways, VPN concentrators, from small pizza boxes to huge network cabinets, switches, routers, IP boxes. What can go wrong? Logs, which is the least of your problems. It's just that it will be all confusion in CM, and the logs will be useless. Well, the network box maybe not reading the time properly, the syslog maybe not recording the time properly, CM may fail. So it's a big question mark where to look for the issue. It all depends on your actual infrastructure. Internal scripting on the boxes themselves, it's another critical element. Often it's connected to money, billing, accounting, meters of filters and interfaces, AS-path, prepend, clustering and stacking. If you've got clusters of switches or stacks of switches and something is wrong with the clock there, it can just fall apart. The telemetry. Everything that you are getting via flow protocols, NetFlow, JFlow, IPFix, and all that, it will be, again, useless if the time is not recorded correctly. Servers with your favorite operating systems. Who are these servers? Or rather, who do they belong to? Whose are these servers? If you're a hoster, if you rent them out, then the clients can configure operating systems any way they like. But if you've got soft storage systems like ClusterFS or CAPH deployment, so the first thing you do is you synchronize time across all storage servers. If you are enterprise, then most likely you have a controlled environment, and your VMs will be either the same or they will be almost similar, or containers, and you launch them by the dozen or by hundreds, and the run time on the host will affect all guests. Not all guests see the internet in the same way. Or even see the internet. Period. If you are a telecom operator, then if something's wrong with the time with billing, on billing or mediation server, it may affect the user experience and it may lead you into money trouble. Content generations, it can affect the SLA. If your content generates much logic and CDN, depends on scheduled activities. As to services, the diversity of the problems is endless. As to data, of course, the data will be spoiled if the data contains a reference to time and the time is recorded incorrectly. If you are a financial institution, and if your time is wrong, if your clock is wrong, you will not be able to get a PCI DSS certificate. PCI DSS, Payment Card Industry Data Security Standards. It's a standard that's constantly updated, and its current fourth version. There is a requirement to protocol events and actions. And multi-factor authentication is required for all non-consumer users, which means your admins, your employees. Multi-factor authentication works via TOTP, which stands for time-based one-time password, time-based. So if something is wrong with time, you will not get correct data. Well, you can organize a training exercise if you want to test your own infrastructure, but before you run a training exercise, you better prepare a plan B and a plan C in case things go wrong. So it's best if you used backup infrastructure for a test. Sources. You can get time from GNSS, which is expensive, and many vendors do not invest into upstreaming drivers of their products into the main OSs. Besides, the signal is a problem. You can't get steady signal from GNSS. Atomic clock, very expensive. They are standalone devices. You can use them to discipline other clocks, but the interfaces are complex and the OpEx can be peculiar. Most likely, you will require special purpose on staff who will be taking care of the atomic clock, and maybe you will require several of them. The NTP service out of the box, that means vendor lock, and they are expensive. Usually they're x86 based. They are difficult and expensive to monitor and to integrate with the NMS and to protect and to update. And very often the vendors will not be able to support you over long periods of time. poolntp.org. Now let's take a closer look at poolntp.org. What is it? Well, someone, somewhere, somehow, it's a community project, basically. And some poolntp work participants using dynamic IP pool addresses. Well, some of them, not all, but some of them use this domestic connections. And according to the policy, the participants should use all versions of the protocols for all. So, and the only recommended software for all the participants is IRC NTP. And you can see protocols 1 and 2. It's 7 million unique users. That's November 2022 statistics. So this traffic, it's about only 1%, but the traffic exists and people will not understand it if you aren't providing a service to them on the legacy protocols. How do I go back? Okay, poolntp.org. The zone is not signed. We have to trust DNS. In resolving, when you prescribe addresses, like for the time, if someone substitutes the records, you will be receiving whatever time. SRC IP spoofing, it's a protocol without authorization. Even without the problem with TNS, port 123 may be receiving the packets from not the known party. SLA, no one is going to offer you an SLA, it's not for the users. There are probes that are used to check on the pool participants, and that's it. Since pool NTP work doesn't publish detailed statistics, they only have a chart of availability for the past 2 days, and there aren't any ratings or rankings of the participants. You can't select the best NTP from the list. You have to agree on to the service as is, basically, or you can do some manual rating yourself. And it's very difficult, well, it's impossible actually to determine the workload on a particular instance. But where do you take NTPs then? Well, first of all, you can take and get NTP from companies that manufacture good and complex atomic clocks, or you can apply to telecom operators. They know infrastructure. However, their service is not always perfect. Some of them can provide you with the service inside your own VPN, but maybe they will do it for a fee, but they will not authorize you to auto key. And the telecom operators, they offer service only within their own network, and you can't find foolproof telecom operators. Then it means you will have to subscribe to this service from different operators. Hyperscalers, the small ones can offer you poolntp.org. They even give you an instruction how to synchronize yourselves with them. And the big ones, they just give you a managed OS. They leave the application layer to you, and they will take care of everything else. So in your own infrastructure, first thing, just a sec. Yes, of course. And you can also get an NTP service from someone who designed it for themselves, like us. Like MSK-IX, because we needed it and we designed it ourselves for ourselves, and now we offer it to others. Now, how do you implement the service in your infrastructure? Well, first of all, you select the service, then you take time, and best from you have to start getting the time on some of your boxes, and it's best if they are not network boxes. So you do a test run, basically. You deploy monitoring, metrics, ACL, then you synchronize the service. In config, you use pool if it's a good DNS, and you use server and IP address, IPv4 or IPv6, if you want NTP to continue working when DNS has a lie down. The service address, this is where all your systems are going to get their time from. So the service address should be a local anycast, and you attach an ICL with a rate limit to it. Since this is a stateless service, it's preferable if it's a read-only rootfs. It will make the whole arrangement more reliable. And please do not forget about monitoring. Ready to take your questions. Is this how it's done in your case? No, in our case, it's even better. Not how it's shown on the last slide, but even better, more thoroughly. Okay, in absence of questions, let's announce a coffee break. We have time until 5:30 p.m. Moscow time, and then everyone is welcome to attend session 4, New Marketing Techniques and Development Trends in ccTLD.
Приглашаю вас занимать места в зрительном зале.
I invite everyone to their seats.
Присоединиться ко мне в этих прекрасных креслах.
And I ask the panelists kindly to join me here at the stage.
В национальных доменах.
We are ready to start our next session dedicated to new marketing techniques and development trends and ccTLDs. We have several speakers here in the room and also online. Leonid Todorov, Sergey Grebenkov, Yudha Giri from the Indonesia registry, Vadim Krasnovsky representing the Belarus national domain, Anna Karachanyan from ISOC AM, Alexei Goncharov from the Serpentine Advertising Agency. Everyone is ready? Very well, and the slides are on the screen.
One clicker.
And the clicker.
Для начала, для затравки, я хочу показать несколько.
So in order to open our session, I would like to show you several slides that I borrowed from Matthew Zuknik's presentation. He talked about the registration trends at the ICANN 77 ICANN conference in June this year. And this is a chart that he showed. That's the number of domains registered around the world, starting from 1999 until 2023. What am I doing wrong?
На процентное соотношение долей.
However, if you look at percentages of the domain names registered in 2017 and 2023, you can see that the share of ccTLDs in those years declined by 4%. This is the red segment on the chart. ccTLDs in 2017 accounted for 43% of all TLDs, and they made up only 39% of the total market in 2023. We also see that from 2014, the share of ccTLDs versus the total number is slowly declining. You say that country domains are all different. There are some that use the classical model of the ccTLDs. There are some domains that act more like gTLDs. There are domains that considerably revised the registration policies, which led to surges and reductions in registrations, like in China, when they implemented registration using the passports, we saw a threefold decline. But even if you filter out all these unusual country code TLDs, but and if you leave only the classical ones in this line, you will be able to see that, yes, the ccTLDs are growing, but they are growing at a slower rate than gTLDs, and the rate of growth is diminishing. I hope that at this session we will be able to discuss the experience of our panelists. What do they observe in their own countries? Can they agree with this analysis? And is there anything that we can or want to do in order to break this trend?
Я попрошу начать Сергея Гребенникова, директора РАЭК.
I will ask Sergey Grebennikov to be our first speaker. He is director of RAEC. Sergey, the floor is yours. You have 9 minutes. I will let you know when you are about to exhaust your time. Irina, thank you for introducing me. My name is Sergei Gribenikov. I'm a director of RAEC. That RAEC is one of the oldest Russian institutions that has been making information technologies popular, that's been raising awareness of IT. And now I would like to give you an overview of present-day RUNET. Every year we run a study of RUNET economics. It's the only study of its kind in Russia. And my slides are not moving. Why aren't they moving? Okay, finally. 1 year ago, we forecasted that RUNET growth rate will be only 11%. It will slow down, but fortunately, we were proven wrong, and in 2022, the RUNET economy went up 29% on 2021, and in ruble equivalent, this is more than 12 trillion rubles. We grew on the basis of two markets: e-commerce, infrastructure, and telecommunications. And the domain market makes part of the infrastructure segment. Marketing and advertising and digital content suffered the most losses. All the main movie industry companies and gaming companies left Russia, but we're still optimistic about 2023, and we expect the RUNET economy to grow yet again. The infrastructure segment amounts to 300 billion rubles. It grew by 47% on 2021, which is a significant amount. I believe that we have never recorded such a high growth rate ever before. The main trends that we observed is that the price of internet access is the lowest anywhere in the world, one of the lowest anywhere in the world. The speed continues to grow, but the speeds here are not as high as in the leading countries. The cloud services market is expanding. There is greater demand for cloud services. As to the infrastructure and telecom segment, we analyze four main segments of the market: the segment of SaaS, infrastructure, domains, and hosting. The domains market in 2022 lost a little bit. It lost 5% of its share because foreign companies stopped servicing .ru and .rf because no transactions are possible. Banking transactions. I don't know if you're discussing this issue at the forum, but it would be great if foreign companies could continue paying for the domains in the Russian language segment. Hopefully, this will be enabled sometime in the future, and .ru, .rf will become again available to all users around the world. One of the key factors from last year is what I've already mentioned, the dropping of the .ru domains by some actors, but we expect the situation to change. We believe that .ru, .rf are going to accelerate in their development, not only because some social media exited Russia, and when we analyzed the domains market, we knew that one of the main competitors of the websites are social media, because many of the smaller companies, small medium businesses switched to social media from websites. So speaking about forecast for 2023, we understand that growth will be substantial. It will be about 29%. We will surpass the 15 trillion rubles in cash equivalent. Of course, these numbers will be achieved if the import substitution program in action today is fully implemented, and if there are no problems with the small and medium businesses receiving the support, and then these forecasts will be quite achievable. We study not just the numbers, but our experts forecast the trends for the next year and the next 3-4 years. So we do research in several areas: technology, economy, the industry, state, and society. Today, the government, the state has a lot of impact on all processes in information technology sphere and in the internet. We understand that there are now more government-run projects that are financed heavily. And in the state segment, we see that much emphasis is put on education of IT personnel. At every conference, we keep repeating that we still do not have enough IT personnel. We fought piracy for a long time, but because foreign companies left Russia, we see piracy coming back. This is the society segment, and not only music or movies are pirated, but also software. It means that our devices, our computers, are no longer protected, and users may be facing considerable problems from the perspective of information security. In the technology block, of course, generative artificial intelligence, drones, biometry, and other trends. I mean, the technologies are not standing still, and they will develop in Russia too. In terms of industry, here the key players, the new emerging key players are Yandex, VK, Avito, and Telegram, and of course marketplaces. I think that one of the key competitors of the websites will be marketplaces. So all the small shops, small vendors, it's not cost efficient for them to promote their services or products, and that's why they use marketplaces for promotion of their business. So what the domain industry is going to do about it, it's a big question mark. Now, who is the main driver of the national domain area or zone? It's small and medium businesses, agencies, studios. At RIAC, among our club members and association members, we have a lot of representatives of the small and medium business. So we invite everyone to join RIAC and participate in our events and conferences. You know that RIAC hosts many industrial activities. We organize the Russian Internet Week, the RUNET Award, the Russian Internet Forum. So together with .ru.rf ccTLD, who are our long-standing partners, would like to thank them for it. We organize many different activities with the assistance of the government and other associations. The idea is that the ccTLD is our everything. As to information security, one of our projects is called a digital dictation. On the 26th of September, we'll be launching next stage in this project. Coordination Center is our partner in this initiative. The digital dictation is the greatest event in Russia to test personal level of digital literacy of everyone who attends this test. It's a test, basically. So our idea is also to go to the CIS countries. I know that there are colleagues from Armenia and other regions present at the conference. So if you are interested in organizing a digital dictation in your country, you can contact us. We can share our methodology with you, and we can share our platform with you too. I will finish my presentation at this point. I would like to listen to others to see what the regions and countries are doing in order to support that domain industry. Thank you. Thank you very much, Sergey. Are there any questions to Sergey? Either from the floor or from our virtual audience? If not, then will continue with the series of presentations, and if time permits, at the end of the session, we are going to collect questions from the audience. Now, I'd like to give the floor to Leonid Todorov with APTLD. So, Leonid, what are the trends that you witness in your region? Yes, thank you very much. Can you hear me? Yes. Can we have the slides on the screen, please? Oh, perfect. Perfect. Can you see it? Or can you make it bigger? No, it's all right. Please let us know when we need to move to the next slide. Okay, the Asia Pacific region is too big to talk about regional trends because it includes the Middle East, which is a very special region. It includes Asia, which is all very diverse. There are islands in the Pacific Ocean, which are singing themselves. And then there is Australia and New Zealand, which are totally unrepresentative just because for a long time they have built their own peculiar market. There is another approach to APTLD. There are the huge countries like Australia, China, India, Japan, Korea, and then there are small, very small registries in the region. Another thing that makes APTLD registries different from the European ones and makes them similar to the African ones is that it's very difficult to get data. You can see that our sample is quite small, the sample on the trends in the field of registration. Still, some empirical conclusions can be drawn. During the pandemic, everyone was growing. You can see it on the chart. Everyone grew quite confidently. And then this confident growth was replaced by this a dramatic decline in indicators after the pandemic was over. And then it all plateaued. It stabilized. So it all comes to its circles. When Irina quoted from Matthew Zook's research, his numbers were quite illustrative. ccTLDs did not recover after the emergence of new GTLDs. They could not compete also with the old GTLDs, especially they couldn't compete with .com. We understand it clearly, and there is another feature that has already been brought up here is the dominance of social media in the Asia-Pacific region, regardless of the sub-region, actually. Social networks play a tremendous role. And since this is a young region, it has a lot of young population. The youngsters prefer social networks, but that's just one of the reasons. Next slide, please. We tried to analyze our small sample. You can see it here. We wanted to understand how the giants are feeling and the tiny ones too. The giant registries are the ones that have in excess of 300,000 registrations, and the rest we can take them to be small registries. It may look like a paradox, but small registries grew on average faster than the giants. This requires an explanation, but we did not dig deep enough here. With our analysis, it would require additional effort and surveys to uncover this explanation. But as to the big registries, .id, the Indonesia domain, and the Australian domain.au demonstrated significant growth in recent times. .id, Yudhagiri will be speaking at this session. Probably he'll give you more details. I think it's a very interesting case and a very informative one for other ccTLDs. As to Australians, you have to appreciate it. It's a mathematical trick. In the past, registrations were available only at the third level domains. For the third level domains, then the AU registry migrated to registration of the second tier domains. Certain actions were taken in order to prevent the outflow of legitimate registrants who have long been using third tier domains. So the mechanics was quite intricate. They had to organize migration to the second tier domains. And because of that, they added 700,000 domains in a short period of time, which is a significant number for such a relatively small country as Australia and for such a big domain as .au. But this case has already been discussed at various ICANN meetings. I mean, you can find this data, this information easily. It's in the public domain. With exception of China, I have not seen any increase in interest to new GTLDs in other countries, but we see that ccTLD's market share is about 50, maybe 51%. As to how successful they are, well, it's a big question mark. Some may say that 50% is a huge market success. Some will consider this to be a market fail. But ccTLDs still can and will have to work harder to win back the market at some significant rate. I'm in Thailand at the moment, and you can see here that small businesses prefer .com. The bigger businesses are more patriotic. The big national chains, they prefer .ch, the national domain. The private individuals, and this is my personal subjective experience, but they seem to fall within the two categories, and it's hard for me to say which one is bigger. Another thing that is repeated but remains a mantra, unlike Europe, where ccTLD's concentration of domains versus the total population, like per 100% persons, is about 10% higher in Asia Pacific, remains the unsown field for very creative ideas to promote national domains to ensure their growth. I try to discuss this with ccTLD managers from different regions. They have their perspectives, but Zook too, in fact, has the R-square analysis results. And judging by these results, there are certain significant factors, and then there are variables that do not play an important role. He identifies these factors, he spoke about them. It's an interesting topic that requires further consideration, but let's just agree that it's a huge region, 4 billion people with enormous potential for growth, and still it didn't have any growth and still doesn't have much growth in the ccTLDs. Prices. Again, the slide speaks for itself. ccTLDs in Asia Pacific, even against the background of quite low demand, they maintain prices that are higher than in Europe. Of course, you can refer to competition in Europe. In addition to national domains, there is also the .eu regional domain. Maybe it is a factor, but maybe what matters is significant transactional operational costs in the region. It's an open secret, really, that many CTLD managers they still handle the domain applications manually. The division of labor is not very efficient. Still not clear how many people those registries employ. Even a whole number of registries is either units of big telecom companies or they are associated with some government agencies like the Ministry of Telecom or regulators. I'm sorry to interrupt you. You've got 1 minute left. Oh, okay. 1 minute. Got it. Got it. Then next slide, please. Next slide. It's not my fault. Oh, is this the last slide? I can't see it from here. Anyway, we are monitoring the situation. It's changing, but there's much I can report on the dynamics in the region. Thank you. Thank you very much, Leonid. I understand that it's very late in the night for you, but thank you for being with us. Do we have any questions to Leonid here? No? Leonid, please stay with us. If you would like to, maybe at the end of the session, we will have some time for additional questions and answers. If not, then not. In any case, it's a pleasure to see you today. Thank you for being with us. Yes, yeah, I just need to apologize. I need to say goodbye to you because tomorrow I'm flying out to a PTLD conference. So my apologies. I will see some of you very soon. Good evening to you all. Thank you. Do we have Yutka Giri online? It's a pity. It's a pity. Would be very interesting to hear about the Indonesia domain experience. Then our next speaker is Vadim Krasnovsky from Belarus. Yes, please.
Здравствуйте, зовут меня Вадим.
Hello, my name is Vadim, and I would like to thank the organizers. A lovely place, a lovely city, great venue, a beautiful region. It's my first time at this conference, so once again, I'm very grateful for your invitation. Hosta BY for 10 years was the voice of the Belarus internet. For 10 years, we were the technical administrator of the domain area between 2010 to 2022, actually more than 10 years. And during that period of, we considered this to be not a duty of honor, but rather a mission. It was very important for us to develop BINET, and we didn't need any formal or official status to do it, and that's why we continue doing it. Today, every year, we prepare reports and analytics on the national zone, and the most important thing is events that we organize. The IGF that my colleagues have already announced today. We organize IT Fridays and workshops on information security and protection of personal data. Sorry. Between 2010 and 2022, we organized auctions that gathered about $1 million in donations, and the money went to orphanages, 12 children's orphanages in Belarus. We continue with our charity practices on the 12th of May when we celebrate the birthday of the ccTLD.py. All the money collected from registrations, about $2,000 from our current new customers, were also channeled into charity projects. We believe this to be an important and integral part of our operations. Several years ago, at one of our events, we decided to make a gift of T-shirts of our merch to all our guests. And together with designers, we basically rediscovered these two archetypes. .by, it's sysadmin, the owl, and for Bell, it's Белка, Белочка, a squirrel.
Что удивительно, на протяжении еще нескольких лет после этого мероприятия на других...
And several years after this event, at other events, we still met people in those T-shirts. They keep wearing them. It means that they all attended that particular event, this conference. And this eagle owl, several years ago, actually, we inaugurated a virtual monument to a sysadmin, this eagle owl. This led to lots of memes and sticker packs. And this virtual monument is still standing in the city of Minsk. So that's the ccTLD, the National Domain Zone. Now, speaking about our marketing activities, let's start with a case of a fail. We always are searching for new creative solutions. Hopefully, next year I will be reporting about our successes during this year. So we had this idea. If you remember, some time ago, it was pretty fashionable to give land plots on Mars as gifts. So a domain, we thought, well, why not gift a domain? It's not a very useful thing, just like a plot of land on Mars, but why not? Let's try it. We tried it. This activity, this promotional activity lasted for several months. Do you know how many domains we registered during this promotional activity? 5, 4, who said 2? You won. Vladislav bought one of them, actually, my colleague. Which one? Which one was it? Which one was it? Shremet.bel. It was a gift. Well, anyway, that was our experience. We were not discouraged, to tell you the truth.
Да, мы можем продать.
Yeah, we were not discouraged. And yes, you can still buy a gift certificate from us. Is there a term? I think it's a 1 year. I think it's 1 year. Well, if you extend them to eternity, I mean, if they would be for life, or remind people that the certificate is about to expire. Right. Anyway. Well, some time ago, we decided to offer a pasteboard site together with a domain. The customers come to us, they don't have any money, they've just started their business, they can't pay to an agency to design their website. So they register the domain with us, and then they get at the Spaceport site, they add the logo, they fill out a couple of fields, and they can start immediately generating leads in the internet. And this worked. We acquired about 5% conversion rate into domain purchases, which is a wonderful result, and we intend to continue with this promotion. It also worked with food, not just a domain, but a domain. This promo lasted for only 2 days, and we had 5 times more registrations than usual. And it's not like we exceeded the capacity of the market. No, when the promotion was over, it all got back to the regular normal level.
Что работает? Мы всегда играем в долгую, мы всегда за честность.
So what actually works? We are planning for the long run. We are all in favor of cooperation, communication with our clients. Every week, every month, we organize educational activities. We provide seminars, workshops. We train businesses on personal data protection, information security in general. And one of activity impulse purchases, it may not necessarily work out. But for instance, maybe it will work for you. Maybe we did something wrong. So if someone wants to replicate this experience, or maybe if you have your own domain gift certificates and they work for you, we would be very happy. And again, we are looking forward to seeing you on November 15th in Minsk. Do come to our conference, please. Thank you very much, Vadim. Any questions or comments?
Подумаем.
The question is off the microphone and can't be translated. Thank you. Then let's now travel to the sunny Armenia. Anna?
Ну, почему я, значит, выбрала такой первый кадр, чтобы вообще понять, ну вот нужен он нам, этот домен. Нет, все-таки нужен. Ну, 16 веков уже существует алфавит армянский.
The Armenian alphabet, Armenian script, has been around for 16 centuries. That's why I decided to use this as the main topic of my presentation. I'm not going to read everything that's on the slide. Please read it yourselves, but do it later. Because indeed, the vocabulary, and it's something that I learned as I was preparing the presentation myself, the vocabulary of the Armenian language is 350,000 words, while the Oxford Dictionary counts with only 170,000 words. There are many synonyms in the Armenian language, and Armenians are jealous about borrowings from other languages. We know that the internet, for instance, usually is translated differently, is not translated, but in Armenian, the internet is homotsans. Coffee is not coffee, but such. Souvenirs are not. We do not use the word souvenir for it in Armenian language. Besides, our alphabet is a very stable construct. There were only 3 revisions to the alphabet. In the 11th century, 2 letters were added, and in 1940, a separate letter that was previously written with 2 letters was registered. And this is the longest Armenian word. It's not a sentence, but it's a phrase. It means rays of the sun. that illuminate everything around. And we have one word to describe the phenomenon in the Armenian language. Do you know, I can't even pronounce the word. Let me read it. No, I'm sorry, I can't read it. I can't even read it. But I registered this domain, 35 letters in total.
Памятник армянским буквам. 39 букв, каждая буква...
There are 39 letters, and there is a monument to the Armenian alphabet where every letter is are made out of tufa. This is our history of relations with a national IDN in the Armenian language. What are the benefits of using IDN domains? We have already discussed that. There are people who do not speak English. Well, of course, the younger generation, almost everyone speaks English. In the past, school children did not know English, but the elders, senior citizens, very few of them speak English. On the other hand, they do not use the internet much. But billboards, for instance, you pass billboards by car, but I remember seeing this at BY and Bell in Belarus cemetery. I remember it was one of your cases when if you want to write cemetery, you don't know how to write it. What's the first letter? Is it C? Is it S? But Mashtos, for instance, the name of the founder of the Armenian alphabet, Misrop Mashtots, you can write in several different ways in English, but in Armenian there is just one way to write that name. Besides, the Armenian diaspora will have more opportunities to use their native language if there are domain names with within the Armenian domain zone. All state institutions received our IDN free of charge. I was responsible for this project. I remember how it all happened. The Ministry of Transport and Telecom sent us a long list of government agencies. I registered all of them, and not everyone used the IDNs. So I called some of the agencies that requested an Armenian ID, and they never used it. Some are redirecting, some are maintaining standalone websites within the Armenian domain zone. Then some celebrities also received an IDN from us free of charge. The athletes, director of the American University. We organized beautiful ceremonies for all of them, and then we organized a survey. There is a link to the survey on the slide to see whether people are aware of of our Armenian the Armenian IDN. We organize competitions too. Some of them are annual competitions. In 2018, the winner also received an Armenian IDN free of charge. In June, one of our registrars also gave out free adult high domains, and another registrar sold .am for a fee and offered .hi free of charge. If you look at this chart, you will see an explosion of registrations. We had only 300 high registrations before that promotional activity, and then it went up to 1,000 registrations. Our PR unit
рамку поставили, фотографировали, чтобы просто объяснить вообще, что
we organized a public activity in one of the squares of the city. Also, as part of the reggaeton, Marsha spoke at the reggaeton, we invited the chairman of the Armenian Language Committee in order to engage again VIPs and celebrities into the process. We also celebrated 5 years of .hi, and we awarded prizes for the best design and the best Armenian content. And we also communicate with wiki.hi, it's Armenian Wikipedia. They help us, helps them. Every month, the number of articles on wiki.hi growing. And this year, we had a break of our employees registry, launched a pilot project. In the past, email addresses in ASCII were registered on the left. Now we have a fully Armenian domain, and you can write your name from left to right or from right to left. The dot in Armenian language, the dot, it's a semicolon actually. A semicolon is also used as a dot. It's a tiny rhombus, really, a diamond. And this creates a certain inconvenience, but it's inconvenient only on the Windows, Linux too. But Apple, I don't know how they do it. In Apple, I don't have to change fonts. I start writing in Armenian. I use the dot, and I do the same on my phone, and it works with Apple products. I don't know how they did it. Microsoft, maybe we need to talk to Microsoft about it. It's not one of their priorities. I appreciate that. But maybe one day we'll be able to convince them that it's important. Well, this year was the year of universal acceptance. We hosted a regional conference in Yerevan. We organized a training. We enjoyed it. We did everything we wanted. We achieved our goals. And we talk about .hi everywhere. We talk about .hi on TV. Christina is she attends all news programs, talks to all news anchors. We talk and talk and talk about .hi. In October, one more competition will be finalized. It will be a competition of videos as kids aged under 16. I mean, you have to engage them because their perspective is quite refreshing. Some of their ideas are absolutely crazy, but they work. This is the last slide of my presentation, but probably the most important one. These are the numbers, and they are quite intriguing. They require further analysis. Out of 1,013 national IDN domains, 838 were registered from Armenia. from other countries, and there are 18 countries in total. 175 domains in .hi were registered. They're not always Armenians. We have one registration from the Czech Republic and one from the Faroe Islands. We also counted how many registrations were made out of Yerevan, the capital of the country, 511. But here is another curious number. Out of 1,013 IDN domains, 796 were registered by individuals. It's something that needs analyzing. We need to understand why this is happening. And in 2019, I made a similar presentation containing the same statistics, and I did analysis and comparison with 2023. I see that businesses now have more domains. To the name IT, virtually the same number of IDNs and IT sphere. Government institutions, the number has grown, but it's not like it's their will or anything. It's mandatory for them. The registry, we also registered several for our own needs, so no changes there. Banks, they register an IDN, but they never use them for the website. Probably they are just protecting their names in this fashion. Education, the same number, almost did not change. But media, for some reason, media are not registering IDNs. I don't know why. And websites, the number of websites has gone up. Even without redirect. For instance, the Armenian president, the Armenian language website is on a separate domain. It's not redirected from neither Russian or English domain versions.
Ну, работают. У всех есть, не так, что сидят, у всех и сайты есть, и все. Да, и еще под конец, что хотела сказать.
And another thing, Irina, when you showed all the ccTLDs, it's not about us. That's not us. The majority, the absolute majority, maybe because of the advertisement, gtlds.com, we don't see as many registrations there as we have in .am, but .hi requires more support. Anna, thank you very much. Any questions to Anna? Any comments, any remarks from the floor? We still do not have Yudhogiri connected. That means that I'm going to pass the floor to Alexei. And then we'll have a general discussion.
Добрый день. Добрый день, меня зовут Алексей. Я основатель и руководитель агентства «Серпантин».
Hello, my name is Alexei. I'm the founder and manager of the Serpentine advertising agent. We have three main types of activities. We talk about domains, and you see that we've got two different domains, or three rather different domains for all of our three projects. The first one is actually the agency. We are 911 for the event manager and marketing managers. We are a 911 service. We help them solve all the problems in printing. Our other line of business is books, small run books, and premium packaging, articprint.ru, and our third project is ruchki.rf. It's a souvenirs store.
Так, что-то... Все мы наблюдаем, что со временем, в последнее время у нас снижаются печатные объемы, печатается меньше книг, в рекламной...
You know that printing is in decline. There are fewer printed materials around souvenir products too. And mostly we promote ourselves online and we communicate with our customers and suppliers online as well. So there's less and less paper in our hands, but not just the materials are disappearing, but we too are all online. We talk to our partners and colleagues over Zoom. And of course, the pandemic enabled much of this functionality, capabilities, and although the technologies these days are very much advanced, still the screen doesn't enable good sharing of emotions. It means that we need to maintain emotional connections to our partners and colleagues, and it's just not possible to share our emotions online because we have less and less printed merchandising. People choose individualization and personalization. Like Vadim showed in his presentation, the merchandising that's made specifically for an event is very much appreciated. And fortunately, there are now more technologies that enable personalized gifts. All participants here received a set of postcards, and they were individualized. We received from the organizers a list of all participants, and we prepared individualized gifts to all of them. Today, technology allows us to do it quite fast. Oh, and that's it. That was my last slide, actually. I didn't expect to come to an end so fast. Sorry. Now I forgot how many slides my presentation contained, but thank you anyway for listening. Right, thank you. Any questions or comments? Masha? The question is off the microphone and can't be translated.
Из вашего опыта. Ну, я не знаю, как примеры какие привести, как раз
From your experience, I don't know which examples to give you, but maybe you have some cases that come to your mind. Since we are all shifting online, maybe the souvenir producing manufacturing agencies, maybe you can come up with some online souvenirs? Do you want me to lose my job, you mean? No, I mean personalized, individualized online souvenirs. Well, I'm not the most creative person, and I'm a very analog guy. You know, even making purchases online for me is something from a sci-fi story. But yeah, I guess I mean there are NFTs and stuff. I mean, you can or augmented reality, for instance. I think it's something that you can use as a souvenir. Something you can create some physical carrier medium, and then the users will be able to point their cameras on their phones onto this carrier and see something unusual, something peculiar, something special, maybe. Oh, okay. I can see that one other participant of this session is joining us, Yudhagiri Banti.
Hi, Irina.
The registry.
Hi.
Oh, it's a pleasure to see you.
Hi, Irina. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry for...
The floor is yours.
Yeah, just finished teaching. So can I start my slide? Can I start my presentation?
Yes, please. Yeah, very welcome.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So it is an honor for me from Indonesia to be able to share in TLD Con 2023 so that I can share our experience in promoting the national domain of Indonesia. In this case, our domain name is actually .id. So the name of the organization is Pandi, and we have for now 13 second level domain, and we are the country code top level domain for .id, starting managing domain.id since 2007. And we have so far 27 accredited registrar. And since October 2021, we are currently, the number of our domain name is actually the highest in Southeast Asia. Only Southeast Asia. It's not easy to beat China in the number, in the name for the number of domain. So fortunately, our domain name .id, we can also think it as an identity or an idea or international domain, or could also be interior design. So it's a blessing for us to have name .id, because it can be anything like identity, idea, and so on. So at the moment, we have 784,000, nearly 785,000 active domain as per 12 September 2023, just checked a couple of hours ago. And market share between .id and .com, the number of .com in our country is still higher than the number of .id, but we do hope that at the end of this year, we can surpass the number of .com, so that we can say that .id is actually number one in Indonesia. So our tagline is actually expressing your freedom, means that everyone can use .id domain name to express their business, personal, and also organization. So this is the chart that we took from APTLD. As you know that if we are the member of APTLD, APTLD provides services for us to know the number of the statistical of any other domain name. So in this case, we only took for the Southeast Asia. And as mentioned before, that we have services.vn, Vietnam, and you can see that for .my, which is Malaysia, or .sg, Singapore, and .th, Thailand, is actually rather stagnant. I mean, their growth is actually not as fast as .id, which is why at this moment, we want to share our experience, why our growth is actually significantly above others in the number of domains. So here is the market share between .id and .com since 2019. In 2019, the number of .id market share is only 26% among domain name in Indonesia, while .com is actually 61%. But increasingly in 2020, 2021, 2022, the gap is actually getting reduced and reduced. And we really want that at the end of this year, we can bypass the number of .com in Indonesia. And if that happens, then we can say that actually .id is always at the top of mind of Indonesian people if they think about domain name. So why we can achieve the good growth like that is simply we cannot do it alone. So we always collaborate with our registrar, and we also collaborate with other stakeholders from the education sector, village sector, business sector, and also indigenous language, because in Indonesia we have more than 600 indigenous language, so that although we are currently still do not have IDN, internationalized domain name, but we are intensively discuss with ICANN so that in the near future we can have IDN, because in Indonesia we have more than 30 non-Latin characters that we can also use it as IDN to increase the number of domain name in Indonesia. Other than that, we also have application platforms such as s.id for the URL shortener. At the moment, people used to use the bit.ly or other URL shortener, but nowadays in Indonesia, more and more people actually they use s.id as our shortener, and u.id is actually for the single sign-on, and my.id is actually we can use for the my identity. So here are our second level domain, general anything.id, For personal usage, we have the My ID. For bloggers, we have web.id, although the number of bloggers is actually getting decreasing right now with the existence of the social media. For the companies, we have co.id. For the SMEs, we have peace.id. For the academics, we have the AC, school, SCH. And for the theological or religious school, we have the PONPES, that's for the Islamic boarding school. Net.id is actually for the ISP, and or.id is actually for the organization. Other than that, there are 3 second-level domains maintained by the government. In this case, desa is actually the Indonesian word for village. It maintains by the government, and then go.id also maintained by the government. So they have their own registrar, although the registry is still pandi.id. And we also have MIL is actually for the military. So challenges is actually, we have the number 1 is actually social media. As you know that Indonesia is actually one of the biggest market for the social media or e-commerce platform. In 2045, Indonesia will be the 5th biggest country for the internet market. So for those of you who actually wants to expand your business, you can also look at Indonesia because we have the market. We have more than 200 million people. And although we still have the digital divide, but more and more people getting the literacy, the digital literacy. So they use the mobile phone to get food. They use the mobile phone for the online transportation, etc. And campaign is actually important for the domain name. So we also have campaign. We also do some campaign that domain name is not just a website, but it's also related to trademark. At the moment, we are actually have a talk with the GoDaddy for the brand protection, etc., and also collaboration with other stakeholders. Now, these are the platform that we provide for the communities, for the people, S.id for the URL shortener, U.id for the single sign-on, and we also have like Pandi Academics or Pandi Foundation. In our case, we call it Pandi Institute. And we also have platform my.id so that people, if they register to the my.id, they can get email, they can get domain name, and they can also get free hosting, with, although it's limited space, but it is still free hosting collaborated with the registrar. And branding is actually an important thing other than just marketing or selling. So in this case, we are actually collaborating with the activists for the script, non-Latin script. So we have our own website to specially designed for the non-Latin script in Indonesia. We also promote the usage of traditional clothes for the women, and we also support the activities to bring our traditional custom to as one of the UNESCO heritage. We also collaborate with other stakeholders such as SMEs and also the ministries and also law practitioners, etc. So we have so many webinars, but in the goal of all these activities is actually to increase the branding of .id to the people. So we do hard selling and we also do soft selling by combining the marketing and also the soft selling by using branding campaign with other activities. I'm sure that most of you also do that, but one of the power in Indonesia is that we have the market, we have the people. But in Russia, you also have so many people, but it's just how can we engage with all those stakeholders so they can see the importance of having the domain name as their digital identity. That's all from me, so I give it back to the moderator. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much, Udo.
доменов снижается, и они теряют свою долю рынка. И вот как
Until your presentation, we've been discussing that the ccTLDs are declining. They are experiencing hard times. But here is an excellent example of a ccTLD blooming, really flourishing. Are there any questions to the speaker? If not, then thank you very much for joining us today. And
Thank you very much, спасибо.
to draw the line on this session, I would like to give the floor or pass the, or rather put the question to our panelists. Once again, the trend from which we started our session, the ccTLD decline, is this an inevitability, or it's something that we can control, something that we want and can change?
наши удаленные участники.
Please use the microphone. Yes, thank you very much. Axel name, we are an accredited registrar in .ru. I think that we are our own worst enemy. We implement prohibitive barriers to domain registration. Yesterday, we discussed that domain names can be registered only via a government platform. If this initiative is adopted, then we will have even fewer domain registrations than before. Very well, thank you very much. Anyone else?
Я благодарю еще раз.
If there are no further comments, I would like to thank all speakers during this panel discussion. Thank you for listening to us and being with us today. Thank you, the AV team. I'd like to thank the translator. And it means that we won back 15 minutes of today's time. We've just added 15 minutes to your evening. I need to get up. I would like to say a huge thank you for inviting me to this conference. This is the warmest, the freest, the most liberating, and the most, the friendliest events that I've ever attended. Thank you so much. Well, yes, thank you. Well, yes, many people do remark that this is quite a cozy conference, but you make it cozy. I mean, our industry is quite tiny. Even if we take not just one country, but a region, but even if you go to the global ICANN conference, I mean, you see people who you know everyone there. It's a small village there, really, and that conference is also it generates a very friendly atmosphere. Thank you for finishing not even on time, but before the time. It means that you have more time to prepare for the gala dinner. You're all invited to Petrozavodsk, a famous